house was killed. Or people in the other car were taking. And last thing, just Tobias Harris, what he's doing on town. You know, let's not forget how hard it is to guard that guy. He's going to put up numbers, but he seems to be in his head a little bit. He's undersized on him, but he's just a dog out there. He's hitting shots too. So, well for him. I think this team can pull it out. Particularly, hopefully, we can get game 6 and put all the pressure on that game 7. But it goes down to game 7. I think the team shows they got what it takes physically and mentally to kind of wear them down and, you know, put their best shot out there and go in and win the whole damn thing. So proud. It was great. I underestimated how happy I'd be this morning when I woke up from that win. And, you know, let's keep rolling. But appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point about this team and, like, the significance of this win and how it shifts the series. If you get to a game 7, you've won twice already in New York. Game 7, the pressure's on the Knicks, and the only thing standing in the way of getting to game 7 is a game here in Detroit. Now, they haven't won in Detroit in this series, but they've been in every game in this series. And if they're figuring out how to close games, John, I mean, look out. Pistons and 7s, it's right there.
But now they have to do it back-to-back times because they finished a game, they closed out a game in game 2. They've got to figure out how to do that and to do it at home.
That's a good thing here, John. It's way to perspective of coming back from 3-1. You say, can the Pistons come back from 3-1? I don't know. It seems like a tall task. Jim, you were mentioning yesterday, but they can do it for a day.
Yes.
Well, they did it for a day. Now they don't have to do it back-to-back games. They have to do it for a day. And then if they get to game 7, you know how long they have to do it? They have to do it for another day. They have to do it for a day.
Break it up. Yep. It's the only mentality you can have at this point. You don't look at it as winning 3 in a row. You look at it as winning the next game.
Engineer brain, just solve the next problem.
Right. And if you're going to be the more desperate team, if you're going to be the more, the Pistons played last night the way they should play, that they're capable of playing, the way that we thought they would play when we both picked them to win this series, right? That they could win a pivotal game in New York to win this series. They're going to have to do it again and again. But last night, 248-539-9797. Before we get the ticket text, Tony in Ferndale, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. How's it going today?
Good.
Hey, good. Just want to chime in. I thought Game 5 was an unwinnable game after the Jalen Brunson chance, and Game 3 and 4 at LCA. I thought the environment at MSG was going to be unbeatable, and the guys went in and got it done. So anything's done with this team, or anything's possible with this team, but it can't be going without said. I called in last week after a loss in one of those games, 3 or Game 4, and you guys were saying, hey, let's trade 3 first-rounders, Jalen Duren and Jaden Ivey for Giannis Antetokounmpo. This is a perfect example of a team with chemistry, working when they need to, making plays in tough environments.
Tony,
is Giannis going to demand the ball in fourth quarter in a game like last night?
Tony, I'd still do that trade.
Yeah, I mean that's how to make this team better for next year. That's 2 different topics. What we're talking about and what you're talking about is this team being able to, rebound. And I think it's a great point too. That's a tough rebound. With the way they lost in Game 4, it was deflating. It was crushing. They had to get over that to be able to win in Madison Square Garden, where that place was going nuts.
And Tony, I think they're to John's point, 2 different conversations. If the Pistons advance, and you're optimistic after last night, if the Pistons do pull this off, they will face harsher realities in the second round of the playoffs, and you may be looking at it going, yeah, I'd love to add a Giannis to this basketball team. I think we're ahead of ourselves because you're right, the series isn't over, and we are seeing this team grow up before our eyes, but there is a ceiling on this. And that's why those Giannis and Booker conversations will end up coming up later in the summer, because this team's not going to win it all, and you're going to have that honest conversation about how you get better. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. It's the Knicks' 3-point shooting against the Pistons defense. If the shooting goes cold, the Pistons win. The Knicks have made some huge shots at times in this series.
They have, and it's been Karl Anthony Towns that's made a lot of those big threes.
For the first time in the series, Brunson looked tired. It's a long physical series, and now the rest is short between these final games. Advantage Pistons. Signed Brian. It's a good note. Brunson seemed like he was struggling at the end of the game. In fact, was out the last couple minutes sitting on the sideline. Might have been in pain, bent over backwards. Says, I'm curious to know if the physicality might be taking its toll on him. And a texter brings up bad clock management at the end of the game. I don't know specifically what they're referring to, but I thought the Knicks needed to get Brunson in the game. They needed to take a timeout and get him back out there. Maybe Brunson is running out of gas here.
Well, I mean, we talked about it going into the series. Their starting 5 is who they've been riding with. And they've been doing it throughout the playoffs. Is it taking a toll? Because he is dinged up. And, I mean, he goes off limping at some point in every single game.
Yeah.
And
last game.
I mean, hats off to him for continuing to play at a high level. But is the wear and tear going to cost them at the end of this series? And the Pistons have to make it.
One thing I'm going to be really curious about is JB made the adjustment we talked about. Star Thompson closing out the game. I appreciate it for listening. I'm sure that's why. He's driving around in the morning. Yeah. Streaming us from New York. You know what I'm going to do with those guys? No, I think this was just an obvious, you got to try something. You're facing elimination. Go down with your best defender on the floor in the fourth quarter. This team is a defense-first team. They're not going to score a ton in the half court. If you can get stops, you can get easy buckets. I loved that counterpunch to put Asar out there, and I want to see it the rest of the series. The Knicks will try to adjust. And if they can't adjust in Game 6, John, if the Pistons get to Game 7, I think they're winning. So it makes Game 6.
We'll
Game
discuss
6
that.
becomes that game to win the series.
We'll discuss that on Friday. I'm not
saw the
even
grin on your
going
face.
there. I am
All
excited about the potential, the possibility, but let's focus on Game 6. Let's focus on getting a win at the LCA.
First things first. All right, ticket, text, phone calls. More of your thoughts. We get to John's eventful evening.
Oh, yeah.
7:30
Big night coming up.
Yeah, look at you. Get to that. It's 97.1. Guys, if you're injured in an auto accident, you're going to want to find someone who's looking out for you. You might be stressed. You might not know who to turn to. Let me tell you about KG Law. Lawrence KG, he's a Detroiter. He's built his business doing things the right way and helping people out, helping people win millions, and doing it because he truly cares. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. They're not cutting corners, getting the biggest settlement possible. And these cases don't happen overnight, but you're not going to be left in the dark. You're not going to have your case parked while they wait and wait and wait. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's spelled K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com.
97.1 The Ticket.
This traffic report is sponsored by Veteran Services of Oakland County. Taking a look at the drive, a few issues out there, including a crash that is in the final clearing stages, 94 westbound, right at the Allard Avenue exit. Another accident, 275 southbound, just after 6 Mile, affecting the right shoulder. There are still down power lines and the closure of Squirrel Road south of Auburn Road in Auburn Hills. In the meantime, you can use Offside as an alternate. Van Dyke is pretty slow between 12 and 13 Mile in Warren, so head over to Hoover or Mount. And be prepared for a slow drive on 696 heading eastbound from Drake to Franklin. I'm Michelle Pena with traffic. Attention, Oakland County veterans. This Rides on Us, which provides free public transportation for veterans and their caregivers, has been extended through September 2025. To book a ride, call 248-419-7984 or visit oakland.com/veteran.
Now you can order 97.1 The Ticket merchandise. Go to shoptheticket.com. That's shoptheticket.com.
We all have a tough time keeping up those minor expenses. For me, it's always the school fundraisers for my kids. It's awesome to have a checking account that helps me and doesn't charge me fees. That's what Chime does for me. The Chime checking account helps you manage your money better. Chime has no maintenance fees. They have fee-free overdrafts up to $200, and you can access up to $500 for payday with MyPay. Chime reduces financial stress, making it a no-brainer. Visit Chime.com to learn more about Chime's exclusive features, like covering overdrafts up to $200 and getting your pay ahead of time. Chime isn't like a traditional bank. Go to Chime.com to learn more. Chime feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by Bancorp Bank, N.A. or Stride Bank, N.A. Members FDIC. My Payline or credit approved by the Bancorp Bank, N.A. or Stride Bank, N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits may apply. My Pay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply of out-of-network ATMs, bank ranking, and number of ATMs according to U.S. News World and Report 2023.
The DeWalt Show Car is coming to select Weingarts locations. Utica on May 1st, Livonia on May 2nd, and Cedar Springs on May 3rd. Stop by to check out the car and explore our lineup of DeWalt handheld equipment. Don't miss their event-only deal. Buy any 2 in-stock DeWalt 60-volt tool kits and receive a free battery while supplies last.
Weingarts, everything from home to store.
When you're on the go, every minute counts. Meyer Home Delivery and Pickup helps you make the most of every second. Get all your weekly shopping done online, quickly and easily, from wherever you are, whenever you want. Have your Meyer order delivered to your home by the service awarded #1 in grocery delivery. Or pick it up yourself while out and about, whatever works for your schedule. The good life is in reach with Meyer Home Delivery and Pickup. See Meyer.com for details.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign up to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, like the new look same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. BetMGM and GameSix remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Michigan only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER for confidential help.
Join 97 won the ticket tomorrow at Little Caesars Arena for Detroit basketball. See the 97 won the ticket street team when doors open for your chance to win prizes before the Pistons take on the New York Knicks at 7:30 p.m. Tickets are available at pistons.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid until 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-source single line activation on qualifying plans. Network management practices. Visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Sports betting updates for pivotal games as they happen live. Get the latest on in-game prop bets, DFS, and more. Bet MGM tonight. Weeknights 7 till 11 on the Bet 1270 and the Odyssey app.
Thompson, quick rebound. Cunningham going down the lane to the basket and finger rolls it in. 90-88 Detroit. A good, aggressive move by Kate Cunningham.
I'm Batman. Batman is Robin. Last night,
He was Batman.
I'm Batman. Cade Cunningham. His team's learning to close games. I think as much as we want to prop Cade up, I don't want to leave Asar Thompson out of this. That was Jalen Brunson's worst playoff game in a Knicks uniform. Held to 16 points, 25% shooting. And John, for a guy who's been so big in the fourth, he only had 3 in the final quarter. 0 points the final 6 minutes of the game. Asar Thompson. Closeouts. Shut down. This team's learned how to close games before our very eyes. And I know you don't want me to say anything too grandiose because we got to go one game at a time.
No, I don't want you to say anything grandiose. I just want you to focus on game 3 and whether or not you should actually go.
Game 6 or something.
I'm sorry, game
The
6.
third home game.
The
Yeah.
third home game. But yeah, I mean, no.
You don't think I should go? You think I need to do that for the city? Sit on my couch instead?
I mean, I'd like to hear a little bit. You don't have to call, but you could text in. You could hit us on Twitch. Should Costa actually go?
And we can make this an ongoing discussion for the next 48 hours here. What I was going to say, John.
I was going to say it anyway. Go ahead. Whatever.
The winner of Game 6 wins the series. That's not saying anything. That's just simply pointing out if the Pistons can duplicate this performance.
If the Knicks win Game 6, they win the series.
And if the Pistons win Game 6, you go back to the Garden
Game 7.
and they'll win that Game 7. But you got to win Game 6 first. The reason I say this, and I know you're rolling your eyes and you're disgusted with me, and fine, I signed up for this. If they win Game 6, if no one's proclaiming anything, if they win Game 6, it would mean they strung together back-to-back performances. It would mean this thing at the end of the game with Asar Thompson wasn't a one-off. Even with the Knicks adjustments, the Pistons have figured something out. And it would mean all the pressure's on the Knicks. Said my piece. We'll get back to the phones. Brad and Warren, I'm sorry to everybody. You're on 97.1.
Hello.
What's up?
So I know this is a radio broadcast. Most people don't look at advanced analytics, but Asar Thompson is a plus 19
when Azar Thompson is subbed off of the floor for either Tim Hardaway or Malik Beasley, we go to a negative 5 or a negative 6 net rate. It is an abysmal thing to sub Azar Thompson off the floor in the fourth quarter, like Vic had to do in the prior game. That adjustment alone is what won us game 6. And he did a lot of more on-ball actions instead of setting Azar in the corner.
Yeah.
So there was no point in doing that. You were just taking away his ability to make plays. He's a great playmaker. When he has the ball in his hands, yes, he's going to make mistakes a couple of times, but you have to live with that when you're looking at these numbers.
Yeah, so you're right. People will argue you can't play him at the end of games because he can't shoot. And the NBA, we know, is a shooting game. What are you going to do? Clog the paint with him and Durant at the same time? And to his point, the numbers back it up. There's more good than bad having him on the floor. And you're right. You do need to involve him more in screen and rolls, give him actions and keep him moving and force the defense to watch for back cuts. If you just put him in a corner, yeah, you're not going to get the most out of him.
Right, but if the analytics prove that they're a better team with him on the floor. And we already talked about the entire length of the season, this series going down to the wire and the amount of minutes Jalen Brunson has been playing. If his legs are tired, then if you have Azar Thompson on the floor and you make him work at the most critical of times for every single basket, for every single look, for every single touch, I mean, we saw what it did yesterday. We saw what it meant last night. Make him work. And if he hits those shots, I mean, he's a great player. Sometimes great players make great plays.
But you make him work for it.
Yeah.
Couple quick texts. Texter says, Pistons are showing they're getting better and more comfortable. There's no one that showed up more than Azar Thompson. And a texter says the pressure is all on the Knicks. Beef Stew will come back. Detroit will rip out New York's heart on Saturday in Game 7. Guaranteed, Tony, in Marine City. Oh. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, among the top 10 best-selling jerseys from the 2025 NFL Draft is a familiar name. So after being selected number 10 overall by the Chicago Bears, former Michigan tight end Colston Loveland quickly became a top seller of jerseys. According to the NFL Shop, he was number 10 among rookies for jersey sales, which is pretty cool. He is also the second tight end on the list, following former Penn State standout Tyler Warren. Coming in at number 1, Travis Hunter.
Okay.
Cam Ward, number 2. And then Shedeur Sanders, number 3.
People got his back.
Yeah.
They
Sorry,
did.
I was distracted.
I saw that.
Did you see who he
Would read the name?
I did. Is that real? It's a real name?
It's real, yeah. It's this, and it's a sad story. He passed away yesterday. It's one of the all-time.
Who was he?
He was. I think he was a correct me if I'm wrong. A New York Mets fan. Yeah, New York Mets fan.
What was his name, John?
His name was Seymour Wiener. And I said that to Tom and Scott last night because he passed away yesterday, and they were recognizing him at one of the games.
Yeah, he's a Mets super fan, World War II vet. Seymour Wiener.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like obviously
All
a
named
name that people would put in, like, type in for a newscast and, like, see if the person will say it.
Right.
Like, it sounds like a made up name.
It does sound like a made up name, but I think you can go back as far as, I mean, I don't remember what the date was that he was. It was like in 1927. Was that what it was? Yeah,
Wow.
1927.
Wow.
His parents had a great sense of humor. Had to.
But was it funny back then?
Seymour Wiener?
Yeah,
I think that one goes
were you
way back.
using
That might go back to whenever.
When did that become a slang? I guess, did you call it a slang term for what it's
For what? For what?
summer penis? Like, when did that word become a word for that term?
Probably for a long time.
You think back then in the 1920s?
You have to
Okay.
go back to the Latin root of that word.
Look, there's a baseball club in the 1900s that's called Merkel's Boner.
Right. So I think it's been funny for a long time.
Okay.
Probably predates 1927.
Maybe it was his family name. We have to name him Seymour, unfortunately.
So there were multiple Seymour Wieners in the family.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I've not done my research on Mr. Wiener. I'll have to. Look into it.
According
That's my father. Call me Seymour.
According to the internet, that became slang somewhere around 1865 to 70. So he was made fun of.
Okay, thank you. I
You
needed
imagine him
that.
going to grade school.
Well, what about he's in boot camp, whatever, when he went to World War II?
Oh my goodness, they had to be merciful. I mean, just no mercy. Oh boy, yeah.
Like the
So
drill
I
sergeant
actually have
cracked up.
no idea what you. I know you're talking about jersey sales.
Yeah, Colton Loveland.
Oh, okay.
He's
All right. Yes.
number 10 for jersey sales
Okay.
after the draft.
I think the
Yes.
headline was that Shador was number 3.
Yes.
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 Anyway.
Well, anyway, thanks for that. That was fun. So, with just over a week before millions of air travelers must be real ID compliant, some lawmakers are warning that their states aren't ready for this shift. There is a Kentucky state senator, and he says his state and several others are having issues when it comes to compliance from residents, and they say in turn there could be some major issues at airports. So I've been talking about this. Starting on May 7th, a real ID will be required for travelers looking to board airplanes departing in the U.S., right? Flying anywhere here in the U.S., you need one. Also for entry to certain federal facilities, military bases, nuclear power plants, you need this real ID. And if you're not real ID compliant, you could be turned away from those buildings, those facilities, face some delays, some additional screening, or just the possibility of saying, hey, you know what, you can't even get through this security checkpoint.
I'm glad to know that I cleared for nuclear power plants.
There you go, John. But there's many states that are struggling to get people to actually go and make the switch. In Kentucky, just 40% of people are compliant with these new ID rules.
Well, you know
And apparently,
when they will stop struggling? When people can't fly.
yes.
They can't do the things that they want to do. Like, go do it.
And then apparently there's 17 other states that are below the 50% compliance. So there's a lot of states that are not getting
an issue.
It could be an issue. There were several lawmakers that tried to request an extension on the deadline, but it sounds like, nope, this is going through as planned. Now, if you don't have a real ID and you are traveling, you can use your passport if you have one, a passport card, a permanent resident card, or a border crossing card. So, and if you don't, schedule a day at the Secretary of State. And what are you laughing at? I'm guessing it's about Seymour Wiener, right?
Did you get a Twitch message? Because I got a ticket text on it.
Well, so yeah, I was going to make the joke at the time, but I thought, well, maybe I'll just be a little more grown up than I normally am.
No, just let it rip.
But yeah, I mean, it's obviously he's his cousin. You know his cousin, right?
Ooh, John.
Seymour Butts.
Someone points out on the ticket text when he was in the military, he would have been a private at one point. Private Wiener. Heather with the news, and we've descended into this. All right. John, where you're going tonight, you may be the youngest person in attendance. We'll get to that. We'll take some phone calls. We'll have some fun. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to speak to all of you that when you were getting dressed this morning, maybe the clothes didn't fit just the way that they used to when you first bought them. And it's picture season, right? We're going to be out there for Memorial Day, and it's summer. You want to be at the beach. You're avoiding being in pictures. You got to give IdealU a call. You can find them on the web at idealu.us. You could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. Just imagine what that would be like in another 40 days from now. Don't wait another day. I know the program works because I lost 50 pounds in 40 days with IdealU. If you book today, IdealU is going to give you a free body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. IdealU is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy getting in those clothes in the morning and taking those pictures yet again. It's just a little over a month. That's all you got to do. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free.
Hola, amigos. Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Ashton Genty is headed to Vegas. The Raiders grabbed the standout running back last week, and he's stepping into a run-heavy offense that's ready to beat him the rock. Genty's got a real shot to make noise in his rookie season. Ashton Genty to score 10 or more rushing touchdowns is currently plus 300. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything.
At Michigan Auto Law, we know we're the best because of real clients like John who says,
the best team I could have asked for. They communicated with me through the whole process and made what I went through a lot easier.
Visit autolaw.com.
Hi, everyone. If you didn't know this about me already, I absolutely won't endorse an advertiser that I haven't either used myself or have thoroughly researched and strongly believe in. Hi, Bernie Smilovitz here for my friends at Victor's Home Solutions. And one of the many reasons I feel so strongly about recommending them is the two guiding principles they operate on. Number one, take care of every customer like their family. How great is that? And number two, install every roof and window job with the same precision and attention to detail as if it were going on their own home. Nice. Whether it's installing a new roof that carries a 50-year leak-free guarantee or replacing the old windows in your home with beautiful energy-saving ones that will lower your energy bills and make your home more comfortable, you'll love Victor's. Their customer concierge team is fantastic, and their installation teams will install your roof or windows perfectly the very first time. It all starts with a free 21-point roof or window inspection. Set your appointment today, 734-773-1100, or online at victors.com.
With the first pick in the dealership draft, Detroit selects Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. At Moran, lease a 2025 Silverado LT Crew Cab 4x4 for just $298 a month with a low mileage lease for 24 months and only $14.95 down. Plus, employee pricing to everyone. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Michigan Auto Law. Auto accident attorneys. Visit Autolaw.com.
This hour of the Costa and Jansen Show is presented by KG Law.
97.1 The Ticket would like to remind you that when you text the ticket, standard text messaging rates apply. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio, here's Costa and Jansen with Heaven.
Heather, you're used to this. I'm getting used to this. When you host a radio show with John Jansen, there's just some things that are funny, and he can't help himself. Middle of your news, you point over a TV, this decorated...
Hold on. It wasn't a point. It was this.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I thought there was like major breaking news. Like something massive had just happened. So I'm trying to get through my news.
Massive did happen. I was going to say, I can't speak to whether it's massive or not.
No.
But,
well,
super fan. Seymour Wiener passed yesterday. And I saw it yesterday, and I apologize that it includes you in the text message. I just didn't feel like maybe you would appreciate it. I should have included Colin, is what I should have done. But yes, it was. And I have said this many times when we're doing the news, and I have a youthful sense of humor. You do an unbelievable job of staying focused. I don't think people really understand how focused you could be in moments such as that, when there is something completely senseless going on around you.
Fought World War II, Mets fan, lived almost 100 years.
Wow.
Seymour Wiener passes away, and John can't help himself. You're very old. John, a couple ticket texts. Could you imagine his sergeant in the Army, Private Wiener, stand at attention?
Oh, yeah.
If he was in the Navy, he would have been a seaman. From Keith, who says, yikes. And one more. John, I feel bad for his sister, Anita.
Ticket texters, I love you. I love you. You're so good.
All right, before we get to your plans tonight, Kyle and Canton, you got thoughts on the Pistons? Good morning. What's up? How are you?
Morning, boys.
What's up?
Let's go. So I called in earlier in the week saying we were going to take Game 5, and even earlier before that, my son gave me the fact of their starting five has played more minutes than any starting five in NBA history.
I remember
we
you.
Have gotten better.
Yes.
We have gotten better every game. They have gotten worse every game. We lose by 2, we lose by 1, then we win. We win Game 6, we win Game 7. It's on to the next round. So Asar Thompson is the game changer there, right?
Yes.
And then playing that Shaq attack against Robinson, that messed everything up. So, I mean, Asar down low in that combination, let him dunk the ball 20 times in Game 6. Just keep it coming. Off-ball defense is tremendous. And continue the pressure. Our bench will outlast them 100%.
Asar was asked after the game his confidence level in getting to a Game 7. Super confident was his response.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get to Game 7, if the Knicks will pack the Garden with anxiety. They are 0-5 in their last 5 home closeout chances, including last night. A few more ticket texters. Says, I'm not one to insult a war veteran, but I heard his wife, Alana, was very happy. Thank you for your service, Seymour. Doug at work.
What do you think his nickname was? Tiny?
He's a little guy.
My heart goes out to you, Heather. You have to work with these guys. Gail and Troy.
No. Thank you.
Well, I will say this. We have corrupted you enough that you are now a full participant in most of these.
You have.
You're welcome. I should say you're welcome, Colin.
A few ticket textures on the Pistons says, Jimmy, stay home for Game 6. Sit in the dark with the TV off. Look at the Red Wings you got your stupid season tickets for. Says they lost every game you went to. Same building. Stay away.
There was a question posed earlier. People still let Jim go to games live?
Keep cookies away from LCA. All caps. Please tell him to shut up, John.
Is your lovely bride going with you?
No.
Who are you going with?
Stoney, probably. That's who I spent Game 4 with. Quick story on that. Stoney does his own thing at these games. This doesn't surprise you, John.
No.
He's sitting in like the little courtside club because everybody knows Stoney, and it's a good view of the game. So I go, "Where are you at? Where are you at?" He waves me over. So he and I just sat and watched the game together. I guarantee he'll be at Game 6, and those are pretty good spots.
Yeah.
So I'll try to sneak over there with him for Game 6.
Yes. Well, I hope you have a good time, and I hope for your sake and the rest of our sake that they win.
I do too, John, because I'm starting to worry how people are going to react if I show up and they lose. I do want to correct something. The Wings actually won the majority of games I went to. They were 9-8 in games I attended last season.
The vast majority.
Yes. It's all of one more win. Okay, tonight for you.
Yeah. Big concert, Ford Field, AC/DC. I can't wait. This is my Christmas present from my wife. And we've been looking forward to this for a while. We've actually have some friends that have bought tickets near us as well. They're going to go. We're going to meet up at the concert. I can't wait. This is kind of one of those on the bucket list. And I like all genres of music. This obviously takes me back to my childhood. They predate my childhood. But I think there's a lot of people that as soon as, Thunderstruck and some of their great songs come on, it's a turn it up. As soon as it comes on the radio, you turn it up, right? Because you just enjoy the excitement, the energy level. I had no idea. I don't know why. It never entered my mind the age of the band until I start following them on Instagram and I'm looking at some of their concerts. Now they still rock it.
was going to ask, do you expect them to hold up?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I know some people have gone to shows thinking and not been happy.
No, I've seen them. I follow. I've seen a lot of their shows. You know, that for what they've shown on Instagram. Now I know, okay, they can pick and choose what they're going to put out there, but Angus Young, their lead guitarist, I was shocked when I saw how old he looked. And so I looked it up, and all of these guys in the band, current members of the band, are from 68 to 77 years old. And so then I went back, obviously, and looked at when when they started as a band. It was, again, I said it predates me. It's 1973.
Right.
And so I'm curious, has their music held up? Like, do you...
Looking at me.
Yeah, well, because you're the youngest one here.
No, it's funny you bring this up because, I mean, their hits all happened before I was born. Even the late stuff, like Thunderstruck came out before I was born. Back in Black came out before I was born. Highway to Hell, clearly. I mean, you go back far enough. But I know all these songs.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
This isn't a Bronner's moment. I'm not going to let everybody down. I know AC/DC.
Yeah.
You have to be one of the youngest people going tonight, though, right?
I don't think so. I will be interested to see what the median age will be, but because, like, if you go into a stadium and you Google, and everybody does this, right? Some of your playlists are, best stadium songs. So whether you use it to work out to or what, Thunderstruck is one of them. It's always one of them, and you hear their music because it energizes a stadium. It energizes people. That's when I said the song comes on the radio, and all of a sudden it's kind of, turn this one up a little bit. It's one of those. And so I know I won't be the youngest because my wife will be with me and she is younger than I am.
You guys will not be the youngest.
I wouldn't think so.
No, there's not a lot of new rockers out there. Like, okay, so when these guys all die, who are going to be the next big rock and roll bands? Like, there's not many out there. Like, AC/DC to me is up there with a band that you're introducing to your child. Like, here, let me teach you about rock and roll. Right? Like, so younger generations learn about them through their parents. And obviously these songs are still out there. There's not going to be the youngest ones there.
And their music has stood the test of time.
Yes.
And it will. Even when these guys are past and people are playing these songs, it's going to stand the test of time. And because... And Heather, you may still be a little bit younger for this one, but like the 80s, we all remember the one-hit wonders.
Oh, sure.
Right, where it was just one song and then they just faded into oblivion. The bands of that stand the test of time, the 70s, the 80s, like, I don't know that we have that type of music. So when our kids, like when Lucy is 48 years old, 30 years from now, will she, be talking about the great music of her teen years? I just don't know that we have those bands. And I don't want to get into the whole genre thing. And I know that there's people that love all different kinds of music, but
you don't think people are going to be in the retirement home blaring Drake, Hotline Bling?
I just don't feel like it. I don't feel like it'll last as long.
So we have so many different questions we could ask people. What do you want to know from people on the phone?
Well, I want to know first of all, anybody going? And will I see you tonight? Is this a band that you're sharing with your kids? Because when you listen to their music, they don't have, okay, I know there's some music or there's some songs that have some risky lyrics, but there's no bad language in it. And the crowd could get a little ruckus, but are you taking your kids?
Can you take your kids? Will you take your kids?
You take your kids?
Yeah. Okay. 248-539-9797. We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Hey, you guys, if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill, right? Well, listen to this. Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
97.1 The Ticket.
This traffic report is sponsored by Bishop Airport. Taking a look at the drive this morning, traffic volumes definitely building on the area freeways. There are also a few other issues to look out for, including a crash on 94 eastbound right after M39. It looks like a car spun out into that left side ditch. Also an accident to the right shoulder, 275 southbound right after 6 Mile. And a crash enclosure out of Warren, Van Dyke southbound after 13 Mile Chicago Road. Blocked off as crews are trying to clear up an earlier crash. You can use Hoover or Mound as your alternates. I'm Michelle Pena with traffic. Spring is in the air. Why aren't you? Fly from Flint Bishop and enjoy daily nonstop service on American United and Allegiant, connecting you to the world. Low fares and affordable parking make FNT an amazing value. Book your next adventure at bishopairport.org.
Text the ticket now. Ticket text 248-539-9797.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by C&L Ward.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. What do I always say? When you have two starting quarterbacks, you have none. The Cleveland Browns now have 4 potential starters. Of course, veterans Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco were already there. Plus, they added rookies Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. That equals what I think is one hot mess. But then again, it is the Browns. I'm Boomer Esiason. For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com. Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin D3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you always get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save big on 12 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Vernors. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Hey, Tigers fans, the Michigan Lottery has something new to sing about. Introducing the Detroit Tigers games. The Tigers Instant Ticket, pull tab, and 2 online games. Enjoy your favorite pastime and a chance to strike it rich. With 1, 2, 3 ways to play the new Detroit Tigers games, only from the Michigan Lottery. Only limits double specified. Major League Baseball trade and for permission.
Hey, Dick Gebauer here from Casco Rental at 32 Mile and Gratiot in Richmond. I want to invite you to our open house May 3rd from 8 to 2. We rent all types of construction equipment and are Michigan's #1 XCMG heavy equipment dealer. With over 60 excavators in stock, plus skid steers, aerial lifts, loaders, haul trucks, and more. We got it all. Come see us Saturday, May 3rd for our open house. You can call Casco Rental today at 888-RENTAL or visit us online at 888-RENTALL.com.
Hi, Bill Galley here for Galley Toyota of Warren, telling you about some of the outstanding values we have during Toyota's Stay the Course sales event. For April, well-qualified buyers can lease a 2025 Toyota Camry LE front-wheel drive for just $259 a month. Leases for 39 months, 7,500 miles a year, with $1,700 down plus tax, title, pay, stock, and acquisition fee are extra. We have a great selection to choose from and are located at the corner of Van Dyke and 696. That's Golly Toyota of Warren, your Toyota connection. Check us out at GallingToyota.com.
This hour of instant feedback brought to you by Mike Capura of National Benefit Plan. For affordable health insurance, call 877-734-2200.
After an accident, there are two types of people: those who got the Bernstein advantage and those who wish they did.
Mike Stone and Evan Jenkins break down everything Pistons on Restore the Floor. Get Restore the Floor on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Early betting tips give you the edge. Your first source for the day's angles, hot takes, analysis, and more. The Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. Weekday morning, 6 to 9 on the Bet 1270 and the Odyssey app.
recently, so I'm going to have to change my ways.
Did you reply all?
No, not that, John. But according to experts, the most useless phrase that you can put in an email is just checking in. And I do this. Hey, just checking in. I wanted to see blah, 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 whatever I'm asking.
That seems more like a text.
It does? I know sometimes my emails are like text.
People that email like text are criminals.
But I don't text like a lot of people. I text in full sentences with punctuation.
As you should.
So I also email, and
yeah.
Sometimes I think my emails are kind of formal. But anyway, experts say that this phrase is just all fluff. It really doesn't accomplish anything, which is like just get to the point. Be straightforward, be direct, and that this is kind of vaguely passive aggressive, which it kind of is, because normally when I'm just checking in, it means I haven't heard from you and I should have heard from you. So I'm just checking in, wanted to see the progress on yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
But I definitely use that phrase.
If your purpose is to be passive aggressive, then it works well.
I guess so. Maybe it is.
No one should email like they text.
So
just send a text. Email is a completely different form of communication.
What do you mean? How so? Like how different? Like it needs to be way more formal?
No, it just needs to be like if you're just checking in, that's a text. Like, hey, how you doing?
No, okay, but I guess I say, hey, just checking in
with other stuff to say.
Yeah, I don't just say, hey, checking in, how's it going? I say, hey, I'm just checking in. I want to see the progress of this. Could you send me this or whatever? It's like my intro to me asking a question.
Where do they stand on per my last email? Talk about passive aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. Jelly Roll, we talked about this, but he's on this weight loss mission. He explained his whole thought process recently on Jimmy Kimmel Live. And so he announced that he is approaching the 200-pound mark. And when asked how much weight he wants to lose, he said that he does have a number in mind, but what he wants really is to be able to do all the fun stuff. And he says you need to be under 250. You need to weigh under 250 pounds. He wants to go skydiving. He wants to ride a roller coaster. He wants to ride a bull. He wants to wrestle an alligator. And he said the list goes on and on and on. And then when he was asked about what he's doing to lose all this weight, he said really he's been eating a lot of protein and vegetables and walking.
Good for him.
So
just
doing it the healthy way.
Don't get John Jansen skinny. At that one point when you were on TV this fall and I saw you and I'm like, man, withering away where the cheeks are sunken in.
Well, I remember I came back from maternity leave. That's when you lost all that weight. And I was like, whoa.
Trust me, it still doesn't look like I've missed many meals.
I didn't hear him say Ozempic. You accused him of that.
I know, there was an accusation.
I mean, most.
The assumption is that they can't do it right.
Through this office, and I guarantee you, multiple people are taking Ozempic. Everyone is doing it, and a lot of celebrities are too. So when I heard this, instantly I thought, well, probably Ozempic.
Not everyone is doing it.
Not everyone. No. I'm exaggerating, but it is more normal. A lot of people are doing it.
What they say about assumptions, Heather.
That's
I like I'm scolding her as if I've never made a reckless assumption on the radio. Anyway, we're going to get to the Pistons coming up next. It's 97.1. If you hate going to the dentist, you're not alone, but it doesn't have to be that way. I've been telling you about Brightside Dental, and there's no judgment. If you haven't been to the dentist in a while, if you have a couple problem teeth, they're not going to give you a hard time. They're not going to give you are you flossing after every single meal? They just want to get you in and get you taken care of. At Brightside Dental, they understand that you started a new job, you got married, you had a kid, life gets in the way, and you may have missed some of those dental appointments. $35 new patient special. It covers exams and x-rays. 9 Metro Detroit locations means there's one right around the corner from you. So make an appointment. Let's get back in the routine. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care.
Hello, I'm Mike Fadden, the CEO of WorkBoots.com. I've lived in this great state of Michigan for over 40 years, so I know that it's full of hardworking people. It's simply who we are. WorkBoots.com is an online superstore for workwear and protective footwear that meets the demands of your job. We have the premier brands at the lowest prices and outstanding customer service. To introduce you to WorkBoots.com, use promo code WB971 for 15% off your next purchase. That's WB971.
Some brand exclusions apply.
WorkBoots.com, working hard for the hardworking people of Michigan.
New Harley starting at $99 a month at Motor City of Motown Harley Davidson. Over 1,000 Harleys in stock right now for over $99 a month only at Motor City of Motown Harley Davidson. Visit motorcityofmotownharley.com.
Based on next year models and based on over 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include brake setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for detail.
Hi, everyone. If you didn't know this about me already, I absolutely won't endorse an advertiser that I haven't either used myself or have thoroughly researched and strongly believe in. Hi, Bernie Smilovitz here for my friends at Victor's Home Solutions. And one of the many reasons I feel so strongly about recommending them is the two guiding principles they operate on. Number one, take care of every customer like their family. How great is that? And number two, install every roof and window job with the same precision and attention to detail as if it were going on their own home. Nice. Whether it's installing a new roof that carries a 50-year leak-free guarantee or replacing the old windows in your home with beautiful energy-saving ones that will lower your energy bills and make your home more comfortable, you'll love Victor's. Their customer concierge team is fantastic, and their installation teams will install your roof or windows perfectly the very first time. It all starts with a free 21-point roof or window inspection. Set your appointment today, 734-773-1100, or online at victors.com.
The DeWalt Show Cars coming to select Weingarts locations. Utica on May 1st, Livonia on May 2nd, and Cedar Springs on May 3rd. Stop by to check out the car and explore our lineup of DeWalt handheld equipment. Don't miss their event-only deal. Buy any two in-stock DeWalt 60-volt tool kits and receive a free battery while supplies last.
Weingarts, everything from lawn to the snow.
Many people seem to find certain words more pleasing when spoken with a British accent, like squirrel, schedule, and strawberry. But some phrases sound more pleasing in any accent. For example, switch to T-Mobile's new experience plans and the price of your rate plan won't change for 5 years, guaranteed. Here's another pleasing phrase. With T-Mobile, families of 3 can save 20% versus comparable plans plus streaming from AT&T and Verizon. Saving more with T-Mobile sounds very pleasing. Don't you agree? Now let's hear it from the man who does the American voiceovers. Mr. T-Mobile voice.
T-Mobile's new experience plan. Families can save 20% today, and the price won't change tomorrow.
Nothing sounds more pleasing than T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee. We hope you've enjoyed this advertisement. Advertisement.
Guarantees monthly price of Bonnet or talk, text, and 5G data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Savings with 3 lines. 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. See exclusions and details at tmobile.com/switch.
Injured? Everyone knows Spam will fight and win for you. Get the Bernstein advantage.
Get the best bets for the biggest matchups, plus updates on betting trends before the game starts. You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Get it on the Odyssey app live, weekdays 3 to 7.
Cunningham on the move, got a bump from Brunson, shoots a 3-ball. Ah, that's a triple. And the Knicks take a quick timeout as the Pistons take a 5-point lead. Cade Cunningham saying, hey, I can be a clutch player in this league.
I'm Batman. It's a Batman moment.
Yep.
Not a Robin. Cade's a Batman.
They nailed it.
13 fourth quarter points. That 3 specifically, John, that got your antenna up. Because that gave him a 2-possession lead. That's a big fourth quarter shot.
And I've been talking about all these fourth quarters. Where's Cade? What's he doing? And it doesn't have to be the score. It doesn't have to be the shot. Those are the ones that we prefer. Those are the ones that stand out the most. But are you the guy with the ball in your hand that sets up a teammate, that takes the initiative to win the game?
The biggest thing that will eventually get the Pistons to a place where they can win an NBA championship is Cade's ascent. And other things will matter, but Cade's ascent is the most important. And he missed the game-winning shot in Game 4. He was so much better down the stretch in Game 5, at the Garden, backed into a corner. The Pistons team, that's a hell of a response. That's an inspired performance. You lose both games at home, series is a formality, you're going to lose. You can pack it in, you can look ahead to your offseason, and wow, what a season we had, right? We overachieved. Love the performance. These have been nail-biter games. Games 3s, Games 4, and Game 5. All nail-biter games. The Pistons are every bit in this series. You come home, if you can duplicate, you put all the pressure on the Knicks in Game 7. An anxiety-riddled Madison Square Garden, a Knicks team that has lost 5 straight home closeouts. That fan base will be very antsy if you take care of business Thursday night And we've earned that. Another home basketball game, a playoff atmosphere for the Detroit Pistons. I think Cade should get all the flowers today. But I also think Asar Thompson deserves some love too, because his performance was what we were calling for. Have him on the floor late. To his credit, didn't have a bunch of dumb fouls, didn't have a bunch of turnovers, and stayed in the game late and helped shut down Jalen Brunson, who had his worst playoff performance as a Knick. 16 points, lowest. 25% shooting, lowest. And he only had 3 points in the entire fourth quarter. That was as inspiring a performance as we could ask from this Pistons team.
It's everything that you needed. And it's the moments throughout the course of Cade's career where you're like, okay, how do you unlock Cade? And we've watched it this year. Some of it is the roster construction around him. Some of it is just his development and getting to this point. Now it's that next step, unlocking him in the playoffs. And I felt like we saw that a little bit in game 2, or in the response from game 1. And now we've seen it down 3-1 on the road, Madison Square Garden. And he was in control of that fourth quarter. It was Cade's game. This was Cade's team. And that's what I think we all wanted to see.
Are you inspired? Can they pull this off now?
I think the most inspiring thing about that win is not that their backs were against the wall and they're down 3-1, it's on the road. It's being able to respond with how they lost game 4. That was a deflating moment in terms of the foul that wasn't called. And I don't know how they internally handled that, but to be able to flip the switch, whether using it as motivation, but just to get over that heartbreak and know that our backs are against the wall. We can't worry about that moment. We can't wallow in that moment. We've got to respond, and we have to respond now. It was soul-crushing, and maybe it was more soul-crushing for the fans.
Yeah.
Because it was at home, all of the different factors involved, but the ability for a young team to take a soul-crushing moment, get over it on the road, backs against the wall, and get a win. To me, that's the inspiring part of what that win meant.
You lose game 1 with a 21-0 run, and we said, boy, that's a kick in the, you know what I mean? Let's see how they respond in game 2, and they did. You lose both home games. How do you respond? They did. But now they got to win multiple in a row.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't just losing those home games. It was losing it the way they did.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good point by you. Specifically, the heartbreak of the end of game 4 to bounce back as emphatically as they did, it should inspire people. I mean, you thought they'd win the series. I thought they'd win the series, and we've been tested at a couple moments in this series. But the Pistons are every bit as good as the Knicks. We've watched it play out that way. Yeah, I think you could feel and should feel pretty good right now.
This team has worked for everything that they've earned this year. And now what have they worked for? They've earned the right to play a game 6 at home and try and send it to a game 7 back to Madison Square Garden, where they have been more successful against the Knicks than they have been at home.
I was going to say, you've won 2 games on the road already. If it really comes down to a game 7, you really like their chances. Got to get there first. 248-539-9797. We got open lines for Pistons fans. Shout out Cade's performance, Asar's performance. Noteworthy that Brunson, he was in the torture chamber. I mean, he was fighting for his life out. He injured, comes back in the game. The Pistons did everything they needed to do to close out that game. They're learning how to close games before our very eyes. And I think there's something we need to keep in mind. Things change quickly. When the light bulb goes on, it goes on. We saw it with the Lions. Remember at one point, 1-6, and Sheila's answering questions about Dan Campbell's job. End of that same season, they beat the Green Bay Packers, and they have since won 2 straight division titles. We want to see more, but that switch flipped in a hurry. The Pistons went from 14 wins to 44 wins. It flips in a hurry. If Asar is a closeout defender, if Cade's a closeout player, if this is really happening in real time, you very much believe you're winning this series. The Tigers, that switch flipped, from 0 to 60. I mean, 0 to 120. I mean, they went from 1% to make the playoffs to winning a playoff series and forcing a game 5 for an ALCS spot. It flips quickly, and it may be flipping for the Pistons before our very eyes.
And now it's always about the next step. How do you take that next step? What is the next step? Because we saw a response from game 1 to game 2. And then you get 2 games at home. They're both losses. It doesn't matter how they were lost. They were lost. Now you've responded again. And you could tell that there's lessons, whether it's coaching by JB and putting Asar Thompson in there in the fourth quarter or it's Cade and just being able to have the confidence that you could take over a game. It's, can you now take that next step and win back-to-back playoff games, win a playoff game at home, force a Game 7. And all you have to do is be good on one day. Don't worry about Game 7. I know you want to talk about it. Whoever wins this game wins the series. There's going to be, if the Pistons do win, there'll be a Game 7, and that'll be a completely different obstacle for them to get over.
Texter says this has quietly been one of the best series yet in the playoffs. The Knicks are battered and bruised, Pistons in 7. This is someone inspired by what they're seeing. It says, all the pressure is on the Knicks. Beef stew's coming. Detroit will rip out their hearts on Saturday. Guaranteed. Tony in Marine City.
Ooh, another sheet.
The best adjustment was not letting Thompson handle the ball. He wasn't throwing it into the third row. He gets off his feet so fast off every touch. Says he wasn't turning it over, and Duran might be the second best passing big man in the game.
Well, I mean, he's definitely good at distributing, but I mean, I don't think he's the best passing big man in the game. That's a guy we talked about last week.
Talk about the Pistons earning another home game. Fans, get that home game. You're giving me a hard time for going to that home game?
Only because of your track record.
Winning record in Red Wing games this year. Sneaky. People don't realize that. Costa can sit at home with his cats, Nate in a van. Costa, stay home. You've already made your point. More playoff games at LCA than Steve Yzerman this season. We'll get to that at 9 o'clock. Cookies thinks too much of himself to sacrifice for the city. He will go to Game 6 and we will lose. I actually think so little of myself that I don't think showing up is going to make a hell of a difference. This one just says keep Cookies away from LCA, all caps.
Mm-hmm. I know that you're a big proponent of booing. I propose if the awful happens, if you see Jim Costa, let him know your true feelings.
This is so out of line. He's trying to sick the city of Detroit on me and have me booed everywhere I go. What have I done that's so reprehensible? Don't answer that.
Ham comes out on fire. 12 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds first half. He's going off into the locker room for halftime. He's Costa's there. Just this look of dread overcomes his face.
Yes. That obstacle we can't overcome.
You know what they showed him on the Jumbotron and everyone starts booing. I got to tell you, my friend one time, we went to Palace Vision when I was in senior year in high school, and the Pistons were playing the Celtics like in the second round. And so the game's in Boston, obviously.
Yeah.
And my friend was a Larry Bird fan and a Celtics fan. And so he wore his Larry Bird jersey, which was the stupidest thing he could have done. And so the Pistons were winning this game and places going crazy. And they showed him on the Jumbotron and he had like his hand and his face in one hand like that, just miserable. And the place is going, boo. It was unbelievable.
Why would you wear that to Palace?
I know. It was absolutely unbelievable.
He deserves that.
He did.
Mm-hmm. I think being booed is an experience that everyone should have at some point in their life. It's a humbling moment. I've been booed many times. And I think I don't know. I mean, you're a big proponent of booing children, so why would it be a big deal if somebody booed at you?
I'm not a big fan of this, though, like rooting people on. All right, this has to stop because, like, for the show and
right.
lots of reasons, Jim needs to go to games.
Yes.
I make this a thing.
I'm embargoed from attending games in the city I grew up in, all the teams I want to watch.
All right. Yeah, but the only one that you regularly go to is the only one that didn't make the post.
I wish you wouldn't have said that. We'll talk about it at 9:02.
They're just facts.
I'm happy you're only doing the Yzerman stuff once today because I don't think I can handle talking about it twice. We'll talk about it. 9:02. It's 97.1.
Hey, grass is going to start greening up. We're actually going to get our sprinkler system going today. Can't wait. And if you want a great, lush green yard, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, you got to get in touch with them. 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Right now, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. And here's what you get with that full lawn program. Problems that you don't have to deal with. They will take care of everything. They're not going to, something's going to pop up and then all of a sudden, hey, next week it's another problem. No, they're not going to bother with it. They just fix the problems. That's what I love about Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. The problems that you're going to face right now that you want to try and prevent, crabgrass. Still not too late to treat it, but you got to do it now. and it's the dandelions. We see them popping up all over everybody's lawn around the city. Take care of it because they're going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients, and you got to do it before they go to seed because as soon as that happens, hey, they spread everywhere. They're not going to give you a runaround. It's a locally owned company for over 35 years, so keep your money local. They're involved in local charities, Michigan-owned, Michigan employees, Michigan families. The number to get in touch with them, it's 1-888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
97.1 The Ticket.
This traffic report is sponsored by MyMichiganRoof.com. Taking a look at the roads, an earlier crash has been cleared from the work zone 696 westbound right after DeQuinder, but long backups continue from before Mound. You can still use the Mile Road as an alternate. A crash is clearing Lodge Freeway southbound just before Wyoming Avenue, right lane and shoulder affected. We also have a stalled vehicle now, 75 northbound just before Schaefer, and an accident investigation continues in Warren. Van Dyke closed both directions between Civic Center Drive and Kennedy Circle until further notice. I'm Michelle Pena with traffic. Shane Roofing, Michigan's roofing experts that offer transparent pricing and a lifetime transferable warranty. With 4.9 on Google reviews, why choose anyone else? Visit Shana Roofing at mymichiganroof.com.
Now you can order 97.1 The Ticket merchandise. Go to shoptheticket.com. That's shoptheticket.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling.
This former Scienter with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There's a simple reason why Bill Belichick wasn't rehired in the NFL. Owners are afraid of control freaks, or at least ones they can't control. The Hoodie has a new book out, and he's visibly upset that the media interviews are now focusing on the mistakes he grudgingly conceded to in writing. Sorry, Bill. Some things are just out of your control. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call to Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We all have a tough time keeping up with those minor expenses. For me, it's always the school fundraisers for my kids. It's awesome to have a checking account that helps me and doesn't charge me fees. That's what Chime does for me. The Chime checking account helps you manage your money better. Chime has no maintenance fees. They have fee-free overdrafts up to $200, and you can access up to $500 before payday with MyPay. Chime reduces financial stress, making it a no-brainer. Visit Chime.com to learn more about Chime's exclusive features, like covering overdrafts up to $200 and getting your pay ahead of time. Chime isn't like a traditional bank. Go to Chime.com to learn more. Chime feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by Bancorp Bank, N.A. or Stride Bank, N.A. Members FDIC. My pay line of credit approved by the Bancorp Bank, N.A. or Stride Bank, N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits may apply. My pay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply of out-of-network ATMs, bank ranking, and number of ATMs, according to U.S. News World Report 2023.
When it comes to trucks, Toyota gives you the power of choice. Now through April 30th, get 2.99 APR financing or up to $3,000 customer cash on a powerful new 25 Tundra, depending on model. Excludes TRD Pro. Or lease a 25 Tundra SR Crew Max for $449 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
At Trinity Health, we see the person behind the patient. We have the expert medical teams and technology of a national health system, and we offer personalized care that treats all of you. Visit trinityhealthmichigan.org. Trinity Health, we see all of you.
The latest news and information on the Big Ten on the 5-Star Zone podcast with Rico Beard and the Big Ten Network's Howard Griffith. Get it on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Sports betting updates for pivotal games as they happen live. Get the latest on in-game prop bets, DFS, and more. Bet MGM tonight, weeknights 7 till 11 on the Bet 1270 and the Odyssey app.
Starts his move, bumps into McBride. Cunningham spins to the right. Deep pass underneath the basket, and Johnson puts it up and in. What a play, what a game for Asar Thompson. And it's 103-97 Detroit with 27.4 seconds to go.
Pistons keep the season alive. Come back home, Game 6 Thursday night. Ticket Texter says, Cookies, it's not just the city of Detroit that's on you, but also the city of Frankenmuth that has beef.
Yeah.
Runners. Guys, let's not forget Thompson missed some crucial free throws late. While he played great defensively, he did almost cost us from the line. Dan and Howell. He is far from a polished player at this stage of his career, but the one thing he's supposed to do is put clamps on the other team's best player. And when Brunson scores 3 fourth-quarter points, that's the headline.
And it's the where throughout the course of the series. And when it comes to the fourth quarter, I mean, what have we seen from Jalen Brunson in some of those wins? It is Asar Thompson not on the floor, and he's able to get to the paint. He spins, he shoots a fade away, and it goes in. Now all of a sudden, you make him earn for every inch, every time he gets the ball. Nothing is easy. That's when it starts to pay off.
Beef stew would be a game changer. If we could have his physicality coming in when Duran needs rest instead of Paul Reed, that'd be an absolute factor. Cat would be in the torture chamber like Asar handled Brunson yesterday. Look, the longer you drag the series,
the more likely he will get a chance to play.
I know he's been day-to-day for over a week. We don't know. I mean, I can't imagine it's a pain tolerance thing because he'd be out there.
Yeah.
There has to be something that they are trying to protect him from himself with. And I don't know. If they're listing him as day-to-day, it is something that eventually could be cleared. It's not like a, hey, we're shutting him down situation.
Right. I mean, but we're left to wonder, when will that be? Will it even be this series? If they win the series, when would it be in the next?
Texter says, man, you got to love all our teams. They're making these quick turnarounds. How about them Wings? Signed Curtis and Westland.
I shared a text with you, and I think this is on point. This is from Coach Tom. What we saw last night was the difference between the Detroit Pistons and Detroit Red Wings. The best player on the Pistons took over in crunch time, while the best player on the Wings team faltered down the stretch. I mean, you look at March, and who was the best player? Who stepped up? And we saw Dylan Larkin in the Four Nations, and we thought, wow, like he's been unlocked. We talked, we heard everybody talk about what it was like to play with Dylan Larkin. We heard him talk about what it was like to play with those other players. And then when the Wings took the ice, it was like, what? Where'd he go? And Patrick Kane, Brinkett, like when you needed them the most, where were they?
Well, that's why there's some truth to both Yzerman and Larkin. Like Larkin needed to play better, absolutely did. Larkin could point to, hey, when I had good players around me, something I don't have as many of or enough of in Detroit. That's part of the problem.
Right. Well, playing on an all-star team.
Yeah. Well, I think you could point to Yzerman and say, have you done enough to support this roster 6 years in? Look, we'll play audio. We're going to roll out the red carpet at the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to call on hockey fans. We're going to get into what he said and how you feel about all of it. But what I do hope comes of that, as Yzerman said, they had a private conversation. I hope they did air grievances because I think they're two competitive people and they need to get on the same page here. If Yzerman read him the riot act and said, listen, you're the captain, you got to step up, you have to boost morale, and he basically said those things yesterday at the press conference.
Yeah, but
if he said it to him in person, then I think that can be a healthy conflict behind the scenes.
You need to have those healthy conversations. It's not always going to be comfortable.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily know that he sat him down and read the riot act. I think that's a little bit reading into it. And I do think that there were probably points shared on both sides that, maybe Dylan Larkin didn't think about this, or Steve Yzerman didn't see it from his perspective. Like, it's a long time ago that Steve Yzerman played the game. And we do lose perspective of what it's like to be in those shoes, or in this case, in those skates. And so I think there always needs to be that healthy back and forth. And if you can have those conversations, that's a healthy relationship.
Wrap the Pistons conversation. 248-539-9797. Good chunk of the 9 o'clock hour. We'll be talking about what went down yesterday, earlier in the day at Little Caesars Arena. Ticket texters with their thoughts says, I don't think Cat would get in anyone's face if Beef Stew was playing. He would have hit someone last night. He's so underrated in what he brings. That's Dan R. It shouldn't be lost that they've won 2 games in this series without Isaiah Stewart.
Yes. And when he comes back, if he's able to come back in this series, it's interesting that they use those words, like, if he hits someone. Like, okay, there needs to be limits on his aggressive style. We talked about that. Would he cost them 2 free throws? Would he cost them a technical foul at some point? Like, it needs to be somewhat measured. At least pick and choose.
Mm-hmm. And I think we were going to see that if he was healthy, how he would handle this environment with the raised stakes, the raised blood pressure, teams that are going to, you play a team enough times, you're going to get under each other's skin, and it's how you handle it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we talked about Jalen Brunson was under everyone's skin after one game. Can you imagine playing 5 against them?
Rip his, you know what I mean? Like, you'd want to rip his head off. 248-539-9797. Pistons win, keep the season alive. Inspired performance last night. That's there for you. We're going to keep talking Pistons if you guys call and text about it, but we did promise that we'd play some Steve Yzerman audio from yesterday. Talk about where you're at as a Red Wing fan. 97.1.
WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports headlines. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Pistons defeated the Knicks 106-103. They'll now look to become just the 14th team in league history to come back from a 3-1 deficit. Detroit stands as one of those teams back in 2003 when they took down the Magic in round 1. Kate Cunningham says the series has not been an easy one.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a grind. This whole series has been a grind. Both teams, battle on the boards. Everybody's been after defensively. So, it takes a lot of execution and, mental preparation to be ready for this. But it's a great win for us tonight.
Lazar Thompson was the X factor. He had the best game of the series, scoring 22, many of which came from dunks. Game 6 coming up tomorrow at LCA. Tip time has been announced as 7:30. The Tigers dropped Game 2 of the series with the Astros 6-4. Detroit had a 2-0 lead heading into the 6th, and their starting pitcher Reese Olson was on cruise control. Houston turned out 3 runs in the inning, however, knocked out Olson. The Tigers made it interesting with 2 outs in the ninth, putting a couple runs off a Gleyber Torres homer. Relief pitcher Bo Brisky started a rehab assignment with West Michigan yesterday. A.J. Hinch said he could be ready before the end of the road trip. And Margot is now in a rehab of his own with Toledo. Red Wings GM Steve Yzerman was asked if he expects to start next season on the hot seat.
Well, that's not necessarily for me to answer, and I don't do my job worrying about whether I'm on the hot seat or not. That's your job, And to be honest with you, I don't really care what you think. With all due respect.
Seattle has been chosen as the next city for expansion in the Professional Women's Hockey League. Detroit has been linked to the league after the success that its takeover tour had at Little Caesars Arena. The league now has 8 teams that plans to expand to 10 by 26-27, according to sources of the AP. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio, Costa and Jansen with Heather on 97.1 The Ticket.
With all due respect. Yeah, he dropped an all due respect in there. Say whatever I want, and then with all due respect.
I don't care what you think. And he shouldn't run the team based on what the headline writers or the talking heads have to say. But I thought Steve came out swinging yesterday. I thought there was a defiant tone the entire way. And defiant from a media standpoint, well, that's interesting. There's some juice there, right? Some little subtle shots at the players and the fact that they didn't perform. Defiant in that he's comfortable with what they did at the deadline. Comfortable with sticking to the plan. Defiant's interesting if you're in the media. But if you're a fan, sticking to the course and justifying everything you've done, miss me with that. I did not like the press conference yesterday if I'm a fan of this hockey team. And we'll roll out the red carpet and let you guys weigh in. But hearing stay the...
It is, because it's been such a long course. And it goes back to even before Yzerman was here. But since he's been here and we've bought into the Yzer plan, what's the end goal? When is that goal supposed to be reached? Like, we all want to have, that's the importance of setting goals. And I know that, yes, he has this goal of reaching the playoffs and building a team that doesn't just get to the playoffs, but eventually competes year in, year out for a Stanley Cup. But you've got to do it in a timely fashion. And the fans have been very patient.
More than patient. Look, when he says the goal was to compete for the playoffs, and we did. Great. You met your own low bar. John, I hope we're one of the 50 best radio shows in the city. I mean, if you set the bar low enough, you can achieve the goal. You strive for more. And I wish I would have heard a general manager more urgently striving for more, not defiantly defending what he's done so far. That's what bothered me most.
Well, and I think I said this last year, said at the beginning of the season, you just want to feel as a fan that the general manager or the franchise itself has the same sense of urgency that you do. And we're not talking about 6 years ago, but I think Red Wings fans understood it was going to take some time.
You listened to the press conference live on the station. Yeah, I was listening to the station too, and Mike Arico dumped out of it. One of the first takeaways they had was, he sounds like a guy with a lifetime contract. I can't fight that allegation. No. He speaks like a man who has a lifetime contract. I don't like that as a concept. I think you should always be trying to justify the position you're in with results and not promises. Because this is a stretch now of consistent losing. And he said he is concerned about that and that becoming culture, but also said, well, this is what a rebuild is. And it's like, you know what, dude, with all due respect, we know what a rebuild should look like. We can watch rebuilds with every other team in the city, with the other teams in hockey. You're being lapped by teams in your own division. With all due respect, deliver results.
Yeah.
And you should be held to that. And I don't care that your last name's Yzerman. Yzerman, the player, has to be separated from Yzerman, the general manager.
Yeah, and when he threw out there, well, there were two other teams that didn't make moves at the trade deadline, and they made the playoffs. Like, I think he was using that as, a positive that like they could have or should have, maybe sort on the players. And I think we actually have that.
Yeah, let's play it up.
Mix in the audio. So I was pointing out two teams in Montreal and St. Louis who at the trade deadline were sitting outside of a playoff spot. Neither team did anything. They both ended up making the playoffs and are playing very well at this time, led by their best players.
Long pause. Led by their best players.
At the deadline, we had hoped, as I said, to try and improve our team. There were no good options, and I can't break the confidence of the other general managers around the league and things that we talked about. But there was no deals to bring in anyone of any significance that we really thought would make a difference, not just to make the playoffs this year, but to make us a better team in the long run.
I may even grant him that point, but John, there's a reflex that I have when I hear him talk now, where everything is a justification for how he's done this, right? Well, I shouldn't have added and couldn't have added, and the players should have just made the playoffs on their own because I built such a good team, and it's their fault for being lousy and not winning. Steve, maybe you didn't put the right mix. Yeah. Like when he was asked, Stoney asked him about pro scouting, and he goes, "Well, it's been a mixed bag. Some of the short-term deals have been good." The inference there is the long-term deals haven't been. It says we're going to have to be choosier with some of these deals. Well, boy, I love hearing that with a bunch of cap space, that you guys are going to be cautious in free agency was the inference there. And then he admitted that this pro scouting staff is like learning on the job. Steve, this isn't minor league hockey.
Yeah.
This isn't a minor league organization. This is the Detroit Red Wings. Let's not be figuring it out on the fly.
And it's a very passionate fan base. And so yesterday, I know a lot of people, because we had talked about it, we told everybody, hey, 2:00. That's what's going to happen. I know Doug Gator did the same thing. Hey, 2 o'clock. Mike and Rico opened the show. In moments, we're going to have Steve Yzerman. When you heard Steve Yzerman talk, what type of emotions did you feel in that moment? How did you respond? And now, since you've had a night to sleep on it, how do you feel about what you heard yesterday from Steve Yzerman? I want to know from fans, what are you thinking this morning?
We'll get the phone calls in the mix. 248-539-9797. It was a very long press conference. There's a lot of things you could have latched onto that may stand out to you, that may have sent you into feeling a certain way. Maybe you were reassured. Maybe you were reassured because, hey, Steve is sticking to his plan and the Yzer plan, and he knows what he's doing, and we trust Steve. Maybe you got encouragement. Maybe you're different than I am in that way. I felt like we're going to get more of the same old, that this plan is going to stay on its course with no additional urgency, and we'll get there when we get there, damn it, and hold it. You can use the bathroom when you arrive. It kind of had that tone. There was a defiant tone from Yzerman, and you make of that what you will. Let's get to John in Detroit. John, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, I'm looking at my Yzerman signed jersey here. I love the guy. I've loved him for decades. But he is just like the organization. The Illegit, there's no urgency. Where's the Detroit district? Where are all the buildings that were supposed to be there? Where's the neighborhood they were supposed to build? And, Steve's been there for decades as well. I know he left, he came back, but there needs to be more urgency with the top team. And they need to take these prospects, start playing them, and show something. Get in playoffs. It's been too long. It's time to pull the trigger. Just it. And I love the guy. And I think he could do it, but short leash right now.
Short leash for you, maybe short leash for me. I don't believe that is the belief of the man himself or the organization itself.
And I know the question wasn't asked. Do you expect to make the playoffs?
I would love to hear the answer, but you know what the answer would have been.
Okay, but I'm not going to put words in his mouth. The question wasn't asked, so we don't know what the answer is.
We can tell
now.
You what he has previously said.
Yes, but we don't know what that answer would be right now. But and timing is not great, and maybe not the fault of Steve Yzerman in regards to it being the 100th year, 10 years next year since they've made the playoffs. If there's not a sense of urgency going into this season, then I don't believe that there ever will be. Like if you don't understand what it, and it's not that he doesn't understand. I guess I'm struggling to find the right words because I am frustrated as well, as every fan is.
I think he is too.
Well, I don't doubt that because he was a competitive player. Do anything to win competitive player.
That play on a busted up knee and limp through the playoffs.
We're waiting for that sign of do anything to win from the current position that he's in. And we just haven't seen that.
We haven't, and that's the issue, is it needs to be acted on this summer in some way. I think Birchie asked him a question about, seeing Ottawa and Montreal, teams that are maybe more on, it previously been put in your tier of,
competitiveness.
Rebuilder, whatever you want to say. Seeing them make the playoffs, does that add, I'm going to put what Birchie said, but does this put more pressure on you? Does this put you in a position where you need to do more? And he said, there's something significant. He said, yes, but it's easier said than done. So there's always the excuse built in that, well, we'll do the best we can, but, if we don't, then you'll just wait a couple more years. Like Kosa, the Wallman explanation was no and no, nothing to see here. Pro scouts learning on the job. Players have more to give. Not that we misevaluated. They just didn't play to what we thought. What if you were wrong? Is that ever an option that you were wrong? No, it's the players haven't lived up to what I signed them to do. Translation, you were wrong.
Well, I think there was a kind of a backdoor admission that when he talked about the short term and the long term, and the inference was that some of those long term deals didn't work out. Like, okay, clearly they were wrong on some of those players.
To the phones we go. Jeremy and Wayne. Jeremy, what did you take out of it?
So I am going to go back to the Larkin comment about Eisman. So I did not like how he said we need to look for a new player, and then not even thinking about the best player available is Dylan Cousins. Like, who is Eisman going to get rid of for Dylan Cousins? He's not a game changer for the Red Wings.
Mm-hmm.
So Larkin going cold. He finally played 82 games. He went cold for 9 games, didn't even get a point. If he was hurt, he shouldn't have played. He should have said he was hurt. He was just taking up a first-line roster spot. That's crazy.
You're right.
I just think Yzerman needs to get rid of his pro scouting department. signing Justin Hall and Tarasenko was a horrible idea. I just don't think it's all Yzerman's fault when the last 3 years they choked in March. 2 years in a row now they were in a playoff spot. This year they went on a 7-game win streak twice and then decided to go on an 8-game win streak. So that's my thought on it. I think it's more of a tacticy and a leadership than Yzerman.
More on Larkin than Steve.
Yeah, that's more it for me. I think Yzerman's made some horrible moves, though. I'm not saying he was saying, but
well, I think there's
looking
blame to
back
go
on it,
around. I think is how I would put it. Like I know I've defended Larkin in that I like that he was vocal about his concerns. I think we are reaching that point where yes, the players need to have a voice, and the captain of the team should be the one to deliver that voice, even if it's unpopular, even if he didn't play his best. But it doesn't let him off the hook because he has to play his best. And Yzerman didn't mince words. I mean, he said, Greg, do we have the cut where he talks about he's got to lift the morale, the players have to lift the morale? We might not have that specific cut. But he says, like, it's his, like, he didn't say Larkin by name, but our highest paid players, our best players, it's their job to boost morale. In other words, don't look at me to save you. And I thought McClellan echoed that not only at the deadline, but yesterday. McClellan was shooting from the hip.
I love listening to Tom McClellan talk because it's no nonsense.
Yeah.
And he may filter a little bit, but it's straight to the point.
No, I mean,
no BS.
He was cussing up there, and he's talking about leaving points on the table. And he said, this group, when it goes good, it's good. But at the first sign of trouble, they go in the tank. Mm-hmm. And he said this team was good enough to make the playoffs, kind of echoing what Yzerman said, and they didn't. So the blame gets shifted back to the players.
Well, there's enough blame to go around on every level.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see what this team is going to be with a full offseason and a training camp with Todd McClellan. Because I do think that you got to have toughness to be able to develop that toughness. And I'm curious as to where it's going to come from. But if anybody can find it and develop it, to me, I believe Tom McClellan will add that to the identity of this team.
We got some open lines. I know Red Wing fans are already flooding the lines. We'll get to you guys. 248-539-9797. Texture says, not to sound hysterical. Do you know who else was defiant after years of failure? Roy Weaver. Laz in Detroit. Leave Steve alone. You guys haven't read the whole book yet. Signed, Brad in Allen Park. It's going to be one of those days, huh? It's 97-1.
Hey, don't miss your chance to bet all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. If you don't already have a FanDuel account, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now a trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
97.1 The Ticket.
This traffic report is sponsored by Bishop Airport. Taking a look at the drive, still a very busy one out there. A disabled vehicle leaves only the left side open, 75 northbound, just before Schaefer. Traffic is stop and go from Dix Highway. There's also a new crash on the Southfield Freeway heading northbound at Joy Road, right lane and shoulder blocked. An accident off on the right shoulder, 696 eastbound after Orchard Lake, and an accident investigation and closure of Van Dyke between Civic Center Drive and Kennedy Circle in Warren. Use Mound or Hoover as your alternate. I'm Michelle Pena with traffic. Book your next adventure from Flint Bishop on Allegiant, now offering nonstop flights to Destin, Newark, and Portland, plus favorites like Vegas, Nashville, and other Florida hotspots. Ultra low fares make getting away easier. Plan your trip from Flint Bishop at Allegiant.com.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Hey, Dick Debauer here from Casco Rental at 32 Mile and Grass in Richmond. If you use rental equipment or need new equipment, then you have to visit Casco Rental with over 60 excavators in stock, plus skid steers, aerial lifts, loaders, haul trucks, and more. We got it all. Online at 888rental.com. Plus 0% financing for 48 months and our 5-year, 5,000-hour warranty. At Casco Rental, we stand behind our uptime guarantee. Call Casco Rental now, 888-RENTALL.
Hear that? That's the sound of saving a good deal more when you shop with M-Perks at Meijer. Some delicious blueberries, money saved. A creamy treat of cookie dough ice cream, that's money saved. Saving, saving, saving. Because every dollar spent is also 10 points earned in M-Perks, which you can use to save on your next grocery trip or up to $1 off per gallon on your next tank of gas. At Meijer, we work hard to help you save a good deal more for a whole lot less. That's bringing more good to life. Exclusions apply. See mperks.com for details.
Hi, friends. Bill Golling here for Golling Kia of Madison Heights. If you currently own a Kia, I'd like to invite you to visit our new facility on 14 Mile Road, east of the Oakland Mall, right off I-75. We offer great friendly service, have a well-stocked parts department, and factory-trained technicians. Need a different set of wheels? We offer everything from tires to an outstanding selection of new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. So come discover the Golling difference. Remember, we want to see you in a Golling Kia. Check us out online at gollingkia.com.
Calling all middle school athletes and parents. Join 97.1 The Ticket at the Powell Middle School Combine, sponsored by Michigan First Credit Union, July 16th at the corner ballpark to test your skills. See how you'll perform in the 40-yard dash, agility drills, and more. Register today at 97.1theticket.com.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting their money? Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness. We are booked solid for weeks. But who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, boy. Oh, what? She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid from 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plans. Network management practices. Visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Oregon Grooms believes every summer needs a summer vacation. So this season, we're keeping things cool at home and away with $1,500 toward a relaxing getaway in Traverse City. When you purchase a new furnace and air conditioner, call us today for personalized options to upgrade your HVAC system. Our trained technicians will help you level up your comfort and enjoy some well-deserved downtime. Trusted, guaranteed. Oregon Grooms since 1937. Schedule your service today.
97.1 The Ticket would like to remind you that when you text the ticket, standard text messaging rates apply.
Hey, Steve back here. I think a lot of the fan base at the trade deadline wonder about Jake Wallman when you find out he goes to Edmonton and they gave up a first rounder for him. You guys had to attach a pick and send him. Can you shed a little insight on Wallman, and do you regret that move, I guess, considering you still need defense?
No one knows.
No one knows? Yeah. No one knows. Okay.
I think Rieger, who never lets things go, also added, why not? And the response was, because I don't want to tell you.
Yeah, because I don't want to. Okay, Dad.
Yzerman did have a little of a defiant dad vibe, right? We're like, hey, you eat your vegetables and we're going to get the vacation. We're not taking any more breaks.
Why?
Don't ask why.
Don't ask why.
Don't ask why. Just trust I'm doing this right.
Mm-hmm.
There was a defiance to him. And from a media standpoint, we can play a bunch of audio. There's little subplots, him and Larkin sparring back and forth. Defiant, though, has to translate, right? Defiant has to translate. It has to turn to results sooner rather than later. I thought the entire tone of that press conference was a little bit of him on the defensive, being a little defiant, some probing questions from the media. I think pertinent, fair questions from the media. Rieger's question's fair. If he doesn't want to get into it, fine. He doesn't have to get into it, but no and no was the response given. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Steve in Royal Oak. Steve, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, good morning. For me, it's kind of where the disconnect is with Yzerman. Since he's been here, the goal's either been to get better or make the playoffs. And have we really done either one of those in a content basis, so to speak? And the bit about St. Louis and Montreal, well, they didn't do anything and they made the playoffs. So we also didn't have a captain on our team that went to Yzerman and said, "Don't bust this up," like they did in Montreal. Granted, their captain players might be a little bit better, and yeah, the group they hung together. Unfortunately, with Larkin the last couple of weeks of the season, at the end of each game during the presser, he looked like a deer in the headlights. So yeah, the disconnect, I think, between him, whether it's him and Yzerman or whatever it is, I mean, plus the fact that we just don't have the players to take it to that next level, and we're having to wait. The patience thing with draft picks and all that, that's all well and good, but how long are we going to wait, and where is the accountability of this all? That's my thoughts. So appreciate you, fellas.
Yeah. I think what's at the center of this is Larkin and Steve Yzerman are kind of behind the scenes. They had a conversation. It's probably not that different than the conversations fans are having with themselves about this, right? Because Larkin is, I think, a little shell-shocked. You mentioned like deer in the headlights look. A lot of losing, it takes its toll. You do worry about the health of the organization when you keep losing. And it's a cry for help is what it is. And you can think less of Larkin as a person, player. It was a cry for help. Whether he was speaking just for himself, a couple guys, or the entire locker room, it's a cry for help. He needs to play better. Your stars need to drive your team. Yzerman is also right. But there needs to be more from both of these men for this team to get to the next level as a hockey team. And he mentions the St. Louis thing. I think a ticket texter puts this so beautifully. Yzerman seemed annoyed and insecure. I don't know why he brought up Montreal and St. Louis. It's just him saying, it says that all it proves is that they're better than you and they didn't need to make a move. Bottom line, two teams since 2017 haven't made the playoffs. It's the Wings and the Sabres, Tony and Macomb. I mean, him bringing it up was him trying to justify
not making a move.
Yeah, but it's him being defiant and defensive. Like, hey, before we get into this press conference, I have a 4-minute prepared statement about how I never said we were making the playoffs. I only said we'd compete, and we did. It's the players' fault that we fell short. Other teams didn't add, and they made it. So I'm trying to take as much heat off of me before we even get into this press conference. Was that not the opening statement?
I understand how you could take it that way. Yes. And there's not many other ways that you could take it. I do think he admitted some shortcomings throughout the course of it. So it wasn't like it was only the players. And I like the fact that, because what did we talk about in March? Where were the star players? Where were the offense coming from? Where was the 5-on-5? Where was the defense? We talk about the goalies, but the best part of, the best way to help a goalie is to have some defense. And there were so many shortcomings throughout the course of the season, but it was highlighted in March and early April.
So, we all want to see like what changes the organization will make this summer. They did announce that they're switching their goalie coach and their video guy. They don't make the playoffs next year. Which concession worker is going to get let go? You know what I mean? Like higher level stuff is, I think, what I'm asking for. And I think fans are asking for this.
Yeah,
I deserve that one.
Yes.
Really, I thought I'd get a few more at this point. 20 minutes into a Red Wing conversation.
Oh, you're doing so well.
Thank you. Ticket Sector says, how would you like to be a player after Yzerman's comment? What kind of leader blames his players?
Well, I didn't see it as player from somebody that's been in a locker room. I took that as I better step up or they're going to make some changes. You've got to have an introspective look when the season is over. Yes, there are a lot of things that go on as to why a team didn't reach its goal. And for right now, that goal is making the playoffs. You have to look inside and say, what could I have done? And I think Steve Yzerman does that. I don't think he sits there and says, oh, it's everybody else and not me.
No, and I'll tell you this story. It's buddy in Tampa texted me. Yzerman used to be down in Tampa, and this guy covers the Lightning. And he texted me out of the blue last Friday. And he said, hey, you might find this interesting. Steve Yzerman's I don't know if it was Friday night, whatever the night, game 2 of the Tampa, Florida Panthers game. He goes, Steve Yzerman's at this hockey game with a press credential. And normally when he comes back to town, he's chummy and he's chatting people up. He is feverishly writing notes all by himself, locked in, dialed in. Look, if he's going to channel the defiance into, I'm going to work twice as hard, I'm going to leave no stone unturned, I'm doing everything I can. That's the stuff I want to know.
Right.
And we're not always going to know that stuff, but it was just an interesting little look into, maybe he always, scribbles notes feverishly, but he didn't come out in the intermission and chat people up. He was like man on a
What up, Wop?
this combination, they're super easy to drink. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, Sunshine in a Can. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Attention all Mega Millions players. Your new $5 Mega Millions update is installing now. Initiating accelerated Mega Fun upgrade with larger starting jackpots, commencing at $50 million. Configuring new built-in multipliers from 2 to 10 times for all non-jackpot prizes. Minimum prize now $10 on every winning ticket. The new Mega Millions update is now complete. Online and in store. Thank you for playing the Michigan Lottery. Goodbye. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
The Easter money is gone, but you can still bounce over to Varsity Lincoln to save thousands on certified pre-owned Lincoln. That's right, you'll save thousands on certified pre-owned Lincolns at Varsity with a complimentary 6-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Right now only at Varsity Lincoln.
Attention first responders. Colony Marine and Sea Ray, two iconic names in the boating industry, have teamed up to offer you a huge opportunity. That's right. Military, police, firefighters, and medical personnel will receive $5,000 off on the new Sea Ray. Negotiate your very best deal with Colony, and Sea Ray will give you an extra $5,000 in savings. To all first responders, if you're in the market to buy a new boat, now is the time. This offer expires on May 15th. Visit colonymarine.com. That's colonymarine.com.
Hi, I'm Pat Ward, owner of C&L Ward. Stop pouring money into your old, worn-out deck. You want to know the cost of replacing your old deck right now with the new C&L Ward composite deck? In one easy call, a C&L Ward certified deck inspector will inspect your deck and give you an estimate on a new C&L Ward composite deck. It's that easy. Our deck inspection is complimentary. Call us right now at 1-800-NEW-DECK. With over 50 years of experience, here's the C&L Ward deck difference. We handle every detail for you. Nobody has more 5-star reviews. Our installation team works for us. They are pros, no freelancers working on your home. C&L Ward decks go in faster with precision installation every time. And you'll get our C&L Ward written lifetime workmanship guarantee. No one has that. For your free C&L Ward deck inspection and new composite deck estimate with installation now, call us right now at 1-800-NEW-DECK. That's 1-800-NEW-DECK. 1-800-NEW-DECK.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call to Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall. Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart. Calculating. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
They vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Injured? Call 1-800-CALL-SAM because we're Michigan's most experienced personal injury law firm.
I've addressed Dylan's comments directly with Dylan, and I will not elaborate on that in this room. If Dylan wants to share what I had to say with him, he's more than welcome to.
Translation. I ripped him a new one. If he wants to tell you about it, that's his business. That's how I took it.
I didn't take it the same way. No, I mean, I could see how you take that, but I think there needs to be a healthy conversation between the two of them. As I mentioned, there needs to be things that, I mean, as a veteran, the guy that's been in the locker room a long time, Patrick Kane, can certainly have some of those conversations, but not every guy can go into Steve Yzerman's office and say the type of things that need to be said from the players like a captain can, or like a captain should.
Ticket Texter says, I've never felt Larkin should wear the C. He's soft, not a leader. Another one says Larkin is a second or third line center on any of the current playoff teams. Third line is outrageous. That's ridiculous to say. If you want to say he should have played better, I'll join the chorus on that. Red Wings, very public squabbles between leadership and the organization points to chaos. They need to get on the same page. I hope this does get them on the same page. For a city that was once called Hockey Town, it's sad to see the former legend and GM afraid to put any expectations out there. He's treating the fan base like we're the Ducks, not in the store for the North Six.
Let them laugh, bro. Let them make fun. Let them talk about you. Let them hate on. Let them do all that, bro. Because all you gonna do is turn it around and turn it into fuel and become the best. Every day you gotta pick your head up and show the world what you're working with. Show the world how you coming, bro. It's not the end for you. See, you might be in the bad season right now, but it doesn't last forever. They may be laughing now, but they'll be asking how later. Don't give up. I just love when they hate, man. Every day I love it because I get to wake up and show them I'm that motherfucker. I'm the one that won't break. So keep giving me the energy. Keep giving me the hate because it's really love at the end of the day. Keep fueling my tank because I will make it and you won't break me. For all my people out there that's just getting hated on, you're getting kicked down, just know you have a massive opportunity. Sometimes you gotta hit the bottom just so you can bounce back, and it's okay. Keep digging, keep sticking, keep showing them that you're the one, bro. You know it's love. You know we never miss, bro. Look at what God gave us.
Boston in 5 games or something like that.
Yeah, I think we all can empathize with Dylan in the respect of grew up here. He loves his team. He's drafted by his team. He gets a taste. He's skating with Henrik Zetterberg, the captain. They're in the playoffs. And you think, wow, what a career we're headed for. Only to have to be the guy who goes out after all the losing during the worst of the rebuild and stand up there and take all the arrows. And then you think, well, it's going to get better, right? It's going to get better, right? And it's not significantly better. I know they're winning more now than 2019, but they're still not a playoff team.
But you're sitting there, if you went back on Yzerman's career, and at some point, it's like, get me some help. This would have been like getting into 91 and 92 and no Lidstrom and Fedorov are coming.
Right.
You know, and in Larkin's shoes, you're kind of like, give me some help from the outside. I just don't think he should have said it. Oh,
that's fair. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Bill in Utica. Bill, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
And go Pistons before we get crazy.
Yes, there we go.
So I view it as this way. Chris Ilitch is not his father. He's not going to spend a lot of money on this team, as you can tell. Second of all, Yzerman is an old school veteran, but he always had a chip on his shoulder when he was the captain. And I know that personally from talking with them. And Dylan Larkin, as the captain now, they both share similar. But again, you said there's no help. I mean, they're not helping Dylan Larkin. He's wasting years and years of his life right here. This is the cream crop of his years, which is just going away. It's just evaporating. He showed what he could do in the Four Nations with a little help. And, you know, that's the problem. He got a little taste, and he's like, hey, look, if you just made a deal, you just gave me a little bit of help, we could get over that edge. And once you get into the playoffs, well, anything can happen in the playoffs.
Well, look at the Pistons, for example. Pistons are an underdog. We rarely see upsets in the NBA playoffs, and here they are fighting tooth and nail. Now, the key is they fight and the Wings don't. But if you get in the playoffs, it shows you have an opportunity to grow as an organization. I think the Pistons, whether they win this series or not, will have grown as a franchise. If the Wings get in, no, they're not ready to win a Stanley Cup, so Steve's not going to invest in them. But there is worthwhile rewards to getting in the playoffs and getting that experience.
The only pushback I'll have on that other caller is this is not about spending in hockey.
Agreed.
We could have those discussions. Some of them were put to bed by what they were willing to spend on Bregman for the Tigers. But in a sport that is governed by a salary cap, they are right there with almost everybody else in what they're spending.
Yeah, they're not $10, $20 million under the cap. They're within a couple $1 million when the season starts. There's not a lack of financial backing for the roster for this hockey team. That's where I question the easy button of blaming Chris Ilitch. I think the blame is on Steve Yzerman, and I think he knows it. And he's got to work twice as hard, and he has to deliver a winner for the city.
I mean, again, I mentioned all arrows point to Yzerman. Ultimately, all arrows point to the owner. They're the boss. And what did we say about when Sheila took over for the Lions? A lot of things changed. And she is providing the leadership to Brad Holmes, to Dan Campbell, to Chris Spielman, to all of that organization.
It's a good point.
And now we're looking at, we're seeing production, and we saw, okay, they moved on from Alavila, and he brings in Scott Harris. It takes a little bit of time, and there was some pains along the way, and we like what we're seeing now from the Tigers. we'd still like them to add a bat. We'll see what they do at the trade deadline. But for the Red Wings, yeah, it's how willing is or how long is ownership going to be patient with Steve Yzerman? That's the bigger question about ownership in terms of the Red Wings, not are you willing to spend?
I'll add no notes. That's perfect. It's one of the first things Valeni and Rico brought up when they dumped out of the press conference is he sounds like a guy with a lifetime contract. That is a question for ownership. Because if you are running the team like you have a lifetime contract, you can keep the rebuild going perpetually. You don't ever have to take a risk at a trade deadline or in free agency, because if it doesn't work, you just get another year to call up a bunch of other young kids. Mm-hmm. And if they don't hit the ground running right away, it's okay. It might take another year for them to get established. And if it doesn't take another year, well, it's on the players for not playing well enough. So we just got to get new players. And I think we're starting to get to that point with Yzerman. I say starting to. Some people are already fed up with him. Mm-hmm. We are getting to the point now where it is on you to put better players on the ice, whether that's tougher players, mentally, physically, winning players, additions in the offseason, additions at the deadline. You got to start doing that stuff, or we are truly going to get stuck in this mediocrity.
And I mean, I'll use another example. And you're in a city where 3 teams have made the playoffs, and you're the team that's not. Trajan Langdon has been there for a year, and Cade was there before. And some of these players were here before, but he's been able to unlock them by the additions through free agency. And we still have yet to see what they're going to add through the draft, and more years will produce more opportunity. But what are you willing to do in free agency to take what you believe you have in a roster in players and complement them, accentuate what they do well, and find ways to win so that you do make the playoffs, so that you are a contender?
Well said. Nathan and Warren, you're on 97.1.
Morning, gentlemen.
What are you thinking?
Man, I'll tell you what, I watched the entire presser yesterday, and I was seething. Had a lot of issues with what he said, the least of which was the comment that there were no players, there was no moves to be made at the deadline that could have helped this team. Like, does he think that we don't have the internet or a TV? Like, I mean, Dylan Cousins, Brad Marchand, Rantanen, there was 2 top 4 defensemen that were moved to the deadline. Any of which of those guys would have helped this team? Don't say that there was no one available to help this team. They were clearly available because they got moved. You just didn't make the move.
And he would tell you, I didn't want to give up my picks and players in those specific circumstances. Now, Rantanen's a unique one. There's only a couple teams he was going to play for. But the rumor was if you wanted Dylan Cousins, you'd have to part with Marco Kasper. I stress rumor. I don't know where it comes from. It may be Steve Defense, but I would not have given up Marco Kasper for Dylan Cousins.
Cousins did score the second goal last night for Ottawa, which was a huge goal, putting them up 2-0. The next 2 goals were empty netters. And Gostisbehere had an assist on the game-winning OT goal for Carolina.
Steve did say they wanted to bring him back. I think he chose to go to Carolina, and they had to pivot, and they added Gustafsson, who just wasn't as good.
And Bregman went 3 for 5 last night.
Bringing up the hits.
This guy.
By the way, Maeda had a clean inning last night. Gave him a chance to win.
Yeah, closer. Bregman.
I'll play all the hits for you. Yeah. We'll get to Heather's News. We'll take a couple more phone calls. We'll wrap the hour. It's next, 97.1.
Hey, did you wake up this morning and maybe the clothes didn't fit the way you wanted them to, or you avoid being in pictures? Just imagine in 40 days, that could all change. You got to give a shout out to Ideal You. Get in contact with them now because you can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. I know the program works because I lost 60 in those 40 days with Ideal You. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free. Here's what you're going to find out. Everything you ever wanted to know, maybe didn't want to know about your body, but you got to if you're going to go on this weight loss journey. How much muscle mass, fat mass, water weight, bone mass, all of that stuff you're going to see in that stat sheet. You can book the free consultation right now and find out all about it at idealu.us. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy getting into those clothes in the morning or taking those pictures again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition and analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free.
97.1 The Ticket.
Next traffic report is sponsored by Salem Hills Golf Club. Taking another look at the drive, a crash on the Southfield Freeway northbound at Joy Road is affecting that right lane and shoulder. Actually involves at least 3 vehicles out there, so Be prepared for added slowdowns. An earlier crash, still working from the right shoulder, 696 eastbound just after Orchard Lake. An accident investigation and closure you'll find in Warren. Van Dyke is shut down each way between Civic Center Drive and Kennedy Circle. Use Mound or Hoover as your alternate. And a crash is reported 96 Jeffries eastbound right after the Davison. I'm Michelle Pena with traffic. Come Golf Salem Hills Golf Club, located in Northville and designed by noted Michigan architect Bruce Matthews. Salem Hills has been recently renovated. Book your tee time today. Visit salemhillsgolfclub.com. Salem Hills, where great golf and great food come together.
Text the ticket now. Ticket text 248-539-9797.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Colony Marine.
This is Bummer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Miami Heat finished 27 games behind the Cleveland Cavaliers in the regular season standings, so it was hardly a surprise that the 64-win Cavs would sweep the 37-win Heat. Still, the dominance was striking. Miami lost games 3 and 4 by a combined 92 points. Cleveland's total plus 122-point differential set an NBA record for most lopsided playoff series. I'm Bummer Science.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play in-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Michigan only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER for confidential help. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Spring is here. Welcome back, warm weather. This is Greg Brown from Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Days are getting longer and our payments are getting smaller. Lease a 2025 Equinox EV for just $159 a month. How about a 2025 Silverado for just $298 a month? It's only $999 down, taxes and fees included. These payments will put a spring into your step. Spring in Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield before they're gone. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. We're generating excitement. Together, let's drive.
My name is Paul Stewart, and I'm a Great Dane. You know, some lights around the house started flickering, and when my humans play music, it feels like a dance floor, almost like a disco ball spinning up above. Even though I'm a booty-shaking master, heat control, flickering lights can be an electrical hazard. Better call Great Dane. Heating, cooling, electrical, and plumbing. Great Dane keeps your whole home running. Do it all. That's the power of the ball. Great Dane.
Here we have the Lemu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Lemu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates, excludes Massachusetts.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 in varies with $5.
And everything that makes them feel. I want to own a house. I want to have a child. This morning, I really wanted a coffee. Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is injury attorney David Faminio. I have dedicated my career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for my injured clients. So if you get injured in an accident, you can call me at 855-65-CRASH. With my website, getDavidGetPaid.com.
Take us on the NBA, the NHL, the NFL, and the MLB on the Boston Balls Podcast with Pat Caputo, even on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Betting Morning tips give you the edge. Your first source for the day's angles, hot takes, analysis, and more. The Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. Weekday mornings 6 to 9 on the Bet 1270 and the Odyssey app.
We'll get more Red Wing calls in to wrap the hour, but first, Heather, with some news.
Yeah, the Anchor Bay School District has announced that all schools will become cell phone free during the school day starting next year. So in a post on Facebook, the district said that the away for the day policy will go into effect for the 2025-26 school year. And under this new policy, it will require students to put their phones or their devices in their locker or their cubbies at the start of the day, where they're going to remain until the final bell. They must be turned off, stored out of sight. And it's not just phones. It is, if you have a laptop, a smartwatch, earbuds, headphones, or other wireless communication devices. And they say the goal is simple: to foster a more focused and interactive educational environment. And I know this has been, a debate, and there's no laws, right?
No, there's no law. It's a trend. A lot of school districts are going this route. I think eventually there will be a law, but I think most districts are headed this way.
I think we're all a little too obsessed with our phones a lot. With our phones. The only pushback I've seen from parents is stuff that can go wrong in schools. They'd like their kid to have the access to the phone for safety.
Well, a lot of schools still allow them, but they have to stay in your locker.
Yeah, but if I'm going to shut down, lock down to my classroom,
down and the door is locked, they want to have, which I understand. I think I don't think cell phones should be allowed, but I wouldn't mind them having them and then turning them in each classroom, like carry them with them and say, hey, when you come into my room, you put it in whatever it is. You put them in these little cubbies, or you put them in a box, or you put them wherever, but at least then they're still with them, but they're not engaging on their phone or whatever. A former Oakland County youth hockey doctor has been sentenced to at least 10 years in prison after being sentenced on Tuesday in connection to years of sexual abuse. 68-year-old Z. Levran was arrested back in 2022, was charged with 28 sexual assault crimes inflicted on young men, teens, and patients in Michigan. Prosecutors believe that there are many more victims, but 13 have come forward. This guy spent more than 20 years providing medical assistance to youth hockey programs in Michigan and Minnesota. Several victims read really emotional impact statements on Tuesday, each saying pretty much the same thing. They have now lost trust in medical professionals and in people in general. Their trust has been shattered. Each of them basically called this guy a monster. He is still facing similar charges in Minnesota. A Troy woman has been reunited with her stolen French bulldog after police initiated the sting operation. So it all started when this woman's dog ran away from home. A woman in the area found the dog and thought, I can find the dog's owner by posting a photo of the dog on Facebook, on social media. So she did that, and somebody reached out and said, hey, that's my dog. And kind of they had some fake evidence, and she said, okay, here you go, gave the dog away. Well, that man, Malik Motley, then took the dog and tried to sell it for a profit on Facebook himself. That's when the original owner, the actual owner, saw that, and she went to police, and they set up this sting. So she, the real owner, messaged the guy and was like, I'll buy that dog. Met him in a location, and police were there watching. When money was exchanged, dog was exchanged, police got him. He is now facing a felony charge. And Fats, the dog, Fats, the dog's name, is back home with his family. The whole time I was like, what's the dog's name? At the very end of the article, it says Fats is back where he belongs. Like that. Martha Stewart, 83 years old, and has accomplished a lot in her life. But there's something she's never done. She's never ordered delivery. Never gotten, I guess, takeout, you could say. So she was on the Kelly Clarkson show, and she left everyone shocked when she made this startling admission.
And I go, do they deliver? No, I do like going out, especially when you're in a restaurant that it does have just a... You want to know a secret?
I have never ordered in.
No. Are you kidding me?
No.
My daughter will vouch for you. You have never been like, it's a Taco Bell night, we're just doing it. No, you have never ordered in. So it's like,
oh my God.
And so I will go out, or I will find
Okay, people of America, if you have a photo of Martha Stewart, put it down. We want to see it.
She's never had pizza?
Right.
Delivered
It's brought up pizza, and apparently not. She'll go out and eat pizza.
I mean, I understand not saying, F it, let's go to Taco Bell.
Yeah,
That's
I get
not
that
at the
too.
top of the list.
I understand
But
not paying like a delivery fee, but picking up and taking it home.
She wants to eat fresh, or she wants to make it herself, or she doesn't want to eat. She said she's either going to go out or she's not going to eat.
Maybe that's the key to being a smoke show. As you
Smoke
put
show.
it.
83-year-old
come
smoke
on,
show.
you're really going to go down that road again? What? You got to be
Good,
kidding.
guys. 83. She's 83 years
Yeah,
old.
okay, she looks good for 83. Smoke show is not how I would describe her.
83-year-old smoke show.
No.
Mhm.
Heather with the news. Thanks, Heather. All right, we had people waiting.
Bill Belichick knows what a smoke show is. No.
But he won't tell us how he met.
Yeah, she's 24. Martha's 83.
I think that's part of John. That's part of the point.
Martha looks, I would say, not obviously as good as Jordan Hudson, but she looks pretty darn good.
learn more about Chime's exclusive features like overdrafts up to $200 and getting your pay ahead of time. Chime isn't like a traditional bank. Go to chime.com to learn more. Chime feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by Bancorp Bank, N.A. or Stride Bank, N.A. Members FDIC. My pay line of credit approved by the Bancorp Bank, N.A. or Stride Bank, N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits may apply. My pay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Apply of out-of-network ATM, bank ranking, and number of ATMs according to U.S. News World and Reports 2023.
The best bets for the biggest matchups, plus updates on betting trends before the game starts. You better you bet. Presented by BetMGM. Get it on the Odyssey app live, weekdays 3 to 7.
We can't assume that this to this series about refereeing the officials. This is a series about 200 teams that have tailed off. I believe it's a good game. It's a good game for us. This series
What's up, Nate? What's going on? Hey, and I don't like Restaurant Depot either. Every time I go in there, it's always an issue. Every time. It was a $55 order, 7 items, 19 units, man. But like I say, it's always a problem going in that store. Sometimes you just gotta let the money go.
Thank you.
Yeah, going kind of keep my hair a little longer. He's my guy, but anyway. I think what's weird about this series is that you get these strange series sometimes where I think both teams feel more comfortable playing on the road than they do at home. They don't want I don't know. Does that make sense to you guys? It's like they don't feel the pressure because they're at home. They go into a hostile place like Madison Square Garden, and they've already won 2 games, and they like it there. It's like they're comfortable.
JB,
for some odd reason.
JB talked about that. I think it was before they do. They love the environment. They love people talking to them. We're going to play that cut later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll love sleeping in their own beds tonight. That's all I can say.
Well, exactly. Yep. So, all right.
And thank you. They won 4 times in MSG. I know. And in this series, obviously they're 0-2 at home. If you ask me, would I rather be playing Game 6 in New York? The answer is no. Am I impressed with the way that they have handled going into Madison Square Garden? Yes. Just like you'd rather them play for some magical way, like Game 7 if they win tomorrow night at LCA or Madison Square Garden. No, you'd rather play it all. I'd rather it be. 248-539-9797. Some breaking news from the NFL. I thought we'd hear something out of the draft. That we have. Yes, you'll hear that coming up today at 11 o'clock here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
With the first pick in the dealership draft, Detroit selects Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. At Moran, lease a 2025 Blazer EV LT all-wheel drive for just $271 a month on a 24-month low-mileage lease with 0 down. Plus, employee pricing to everyone. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com or stop by on 15-mile Lincoln Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
All right, now we get excited. The Derby is upon us. It is right around the corner. And FanDuel is the only sportsbook app where you can bet. All customers. You're going to get a no-sweat Derby bet. So it's very, very simple. The Derby, best betting race of the year, 20 options. You're going to get huge prices. It's a difficult race to win. Lots of things can happen bad to favorites, and away you go. FanDuel's going to give you a little entry into horse racing. So bet the Derby on the same app. You bet all your other favorite sports. It's FanDuel. Just download that app, FanDuel.com/ticket. Score that no-sweat Derby bet for the Kentucky Derby this Saturday. It's 21 and up, present Michigan. Verified FanDuel racing account required. Max refund $10 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Racing.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Ballpark Americans, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes just for now. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. And you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This is injury attorney David Beminio. I have dedicated my career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for my injured clients. So if you get injured in an accident, you need to call me at 855-65-FRESH. Go to my website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Odyssey is your new home for all the audio that matters to you. Download the Odyssey app today. Powered by the Golling Power Group. Always there for you. That's the Golling difference. WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports headlines. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The tip-off for tomorrow's Pistons game will be 7:30. Tickets are on sale now. Kate Cunningham helped him close it out again yesterday with 13 points in the fourth quarter. Looking forward to the LCA crowd tomorrow.
It's a great feeling, man. Ready to get back to the house. You protected the crib now. But never say die. We're still in.
The broadcast of Game 6 can be heard over on WWJ News Radio 950, pregame at 7:05. This afternoon, the Tigers look to win the final game of their three-game set with the Astros. Jackson Jobe will toe the runner for the first time in 12 days after being skipped twice for rest. Hear Dan Dickerson's call right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 2:10. MLB Pipeline released their top 150 draft prospects. MSU lefty 6'8" pitcher Joseph Jerwell was 70th. Rose in the mid-70s and had a deal in place to transfer to Bandit in the offseason. He decided to return to East Lansing. Nova High School left-handed pitcher Willie Fernsler also made the list at number 93. His scouting report reads he's one of the best strike throwers in the high school class this year across the country. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio, Kosh and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Doug Jeans, brilliant teams. Yeah. Was it? Yes. Big news in the NFL. The Atlanta Falcons have been fined $250,000 and their defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, $100,000 for Ulbrich's son doing the prank call to students. What's worse? I ask you this. Is it worse what Jeff Ulbrich's son did? And if you don't know, he appears to be a college student who, as part of a prank, he got hold of Shedeur Sanders' phone number and made a prank call about him getting drafted early in the draft, which this story, by the way, exploded on him because then Shedeur didn't go to whatever fifth round. And so had he gone 2 picks later, it probably would have been a big deal because there are a bunch of players that got prank called. And I don't know if you'll hear anything about that. But what's worse, what Jeff Ulbrich's son did last night or what Tyrese Halliburton's dad did last night? And I guess Jeff Ulbrich's son was last weekend, not last night. So worse what Jeff Ulbrich's son did or what Tyrese Halliburton's dad did? And should he be fined more than the $350,000 of fines? Personally, I think what Halliburton did because he's an adult. What Ulbrich's son did was stupid, but stupid kid. Stupid young adult. However, I'm not going to defend him. I'm not either. But in the whole scheme of pranks, pretty good freaking prank. It really was. In fact, it doesn't sound like you're endorsing it. But if you take the whole, if you're going to call it a prank, it's like, what people do when they call stores in order to, whatever. It's a hurtful one. What do people do, Stoney, when they call up stores and order whatever? What are you talking about? No, I don't want to go back to what you used to do. Well, the old one my father used to tell me, it used to be this, it was tobacco or coffee. I don't even know. It's called Prince Albert. He would call and say, you know what? I'll modernize it. It would be like Kenny, okay, with his not Captain Morgan. That's the one. Admiral Nelson. If somebody would call the liquor store and say, "Do you have Admiral Nelson in a bottle?" And I said, "Yeah." You said, "Well, let him out." Well, that's a prank. That's an elite prank, Mike.
Hey, Stoney, is your refrigerator running?
You might want to go get right? So, as far as if you're going to call this thing a prank, it was a good prank. I just exhausted. Boy, my arm's tired. I don't think he should have done it. I think it was disrespectful. But it was mean. But in the whole, aura, or if you put it in the prank, I got to tell you, I think the NFL disagrees with you. They fined a team and a coach $350,000. I understand, but they didn't. They fined them because what happened in the guy's iPad exposed personal numbers. But if you just look at it in the whole prank vernacular.
All right, Stoney likes pranks, though. He likes the prank call. He likes the prank call.
I think he's pretty similar to the normal guy that sits in his chair.
Prank call.
Who tried to endorse and downplay the Kool-Aid Man challenge yesterday at the same time. Yeah, he clearly loved it. I said, don't do this.
Can I ask you guys both as fathers, though?
leave for visible results in just 1 hour. And then we
Oh, maybe it's in the back. I don't know.
What item? Okay. Sorry.
I'm going to show you my. Oh, no, she was. Oh.
Call some feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson. Pistons with a huge win last night. What is your assessment of where they are as an organization? What has you super encouraged? There's not much to complain about today, and we don't need complaints to take phone calls. We love the positive ones, but what's got you fired up about where the Pistons are? Hey, obviously winning the game. We're still here, baby. We're still here. Hope we carry it on into the weekend. Game 6 tomorrow night at LCA. Gators out, Stoney is in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code 150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign up to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, like the new look same game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code 150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Michigan only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER for confidential help.
Bankruptcy, foreclosure, divorce. Hey, don't worry. Motown and Motor City Harley is considering all credit applications. Couldn't get financed before? Don't worry. No perfect credit, no cash down, no problem. Get financed on a new Harley today. Motown or MotorCityHarley.com.
On approved credit.
Hi, I'm Charlie Comer from Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Floor Coatings. You already know if your garage concrete has stains and cracks, or you've got a bad epoxy job, it makes your whole garage look bad. Guaranteed, a Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. But did you know we transform concrete patios and concrete pool decks beautifully? Our patios and pool decks are guaranteed and turn out way better than new at a fraction of the cost of replacing them. And we make it so easy. We move your stuff out for you. We'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly and apply your gleaming new Comer & Cross proprietary guaranteed finish. If you call us within the next 10 minutes for your quick and easy estimate, you'll get a free Samsung 70-inch flat screen TV or $500 credit free with every garage floor, pool deck, or patio we transform. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a folding faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Right now, you can get Trex decking as low as $159 per foot at Northville Lumber. Northville Lumber stocks all Trex colors all the time at the lowest prices. Visit Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex decking superstore. Call Northville Lumber now or visit northvillelumber.com. Injured? Call 1-800-CALL-SAM because we're Michigan's most experienced personal injury law firm.
3.25 by Lindy Waters, who was tied. 1.9 seconds to go.
The Detroit Pistons face the New York Knicks in the NBA playoffs. Pre-game tomorrow night at 7:05 on News Radio 950 WWJ.
Doug Hart. Gator out. Stoney is in. 248-539-9797. It's got you fired up about the Pistons today. More so than obviously just the win. That's what they're doing. What they're doing. You can see progression. You can see progression. We'll get back to your text on a variety of topics momentarily. Fred, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Fred.
Hey, how you doing?
Great, Fred.
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I was going to chime in on on the discussion on the Pistons. They're looking real good, and I actually think that they would beat the Knicks, but they missing Isaiah Stewart real bad right this series.
Yes, no doubt they are. And I don't know if it'll be a lesser extent, Fred. They're missing Jay Ivey, but they haven't had him for a long time, so that's part of the deal.
They are, but Schroeder makes up for Jay Ivey.
That's true.
Whereas they're lacking in size. Jordan does a nice job, but they needed the inside presence, just like the Pistons were in the early 2000s when they were one player away, and Ben Wallace was nice, but he wasn't a scoring option.
Right. Ben Wallace was nice, but having Wallace 2 times was nicer.
Rasheed was a scoring presence. So that's why I'm thinking where this Pistons team, if they could get Vlade to trade Sabonis, and we get Sabonis or someone of that caliber, we would be right there. The East would be ours.
What's the trade?
I'm not okay. That was the part that was getting me. Like, who would they trade? I'd trade Stewart. I mean, Stewart and Ivy. Now, I like Ivy, but Marcus Sasser is somebody that they've been grooming.
The only player that you've said that I think would even get them remotely interested is Ivy. I mean, we appreciate Stewart for sure. I don't want to turn him into LeBron over here, but he would help in this series. Marcus Sasser's not going to get there.
Okay, no. Well, that's what I'm saying. If you keep Schroeder, you keep Schroeder, work out for 1 or 2 years, because he's been bouncing around a lot. This might make him want to sign a little 1 or 2 year contract, because the Pistons are up and coming. So they keep Schroeder. He to me, he's just as good, if not better, than Jaden Ivey was. And I'm not knocking Ivy.
Let me just tell you something, Fred. I'm just was Googling, and I found there's a story in the SI.com writer for the Sacramento Kings, 5 possible trade destinations for Sabonis. And one of them is the Pistons. It says the Pistons finally won their first playoff game since 2008, but could now be looking to take their team to the next level. Pairing Cade Cunningham with Sabonis would be an interesting move, but it could certainly work. The Pistons would likely center their trade offer around Jalen Duren with multiple first-round picks attached, or Jaden Ivey. So would you give up Ivy and multiple firsts, Fred?
I did. All day.
Okay.
I would give up Jaden Ivy. We missed him all year anyway. What did he play? How many games did he play this year? So it's not like they did all of that without Ivy, because Bickerstaff is a good coach. He's got those guys motivated to play for him. Other teams, other players will want to come here. Detroit will become a destination. I'd give up Ivy all day, and I'm not knocking Ivy. I like him.
Yeah, I mean, you could be willing to trade a guy that you like anyway. You start talking about getting a player like Sabonis, or there's going to be a ton of honest conversation a bunch of times this offseason. And there's have to think that the return has to realistically be talking about things like this. The return has to stay, and without getting too crazy as far as salary inquiries and things like that. Sabonis is under contract for 3 more years. Next year, at age 29, 43.6. At age 30, 46.7. And then 2027-28 season, age 31, 49.9. It's a lot of money. But, when I say it has to stay, I just mean come up with a realistic trade proposal. Right. But please remember that to get a player of that caliber, right, you're not going to get him. You're not dealing with Nico Harrison here. Correct. Marcus Sasser, God love him. It's not Sasser and Fontecchio. It's like the old days of the old bit. We can get Chris Webber, Terry Mills and Lindsey Hunter for Chris Webber. Okay, sure. Those are one of our old timers. I wouldn't trade. Somebody said I wouldn't trade so-and-so. The Red Wings had a role player. They wouldn't give him out for Malkin. You got to be kidding me.
It was Darren Help. I just said my ear, Darren.
Come on. Nobody with a live pulse would ever
They called up and said I wouldn't give up Darren Help for getting longer. That set the bar. We love our role players here in Detroit. It's good. That's ridiculous. And that guy wasn't that bad. Well, we gave him Ivy multiple firsts. 248-539-9797. Yeah, I mean, there's moves that could be made that make this team better. Now, do you clear out much of your young talent and go to Giannis? This is a story we have to see. Yes, I don't want. We got game 6 tomorrow. We got game 6 tomorrow to talk about it. I'm excited about it. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Thank you for the phone call. I'm not sure who I dislike more, Brunson or Towns. Can't stand either of them, how they act on the court. The entire New York team whines to the refs the entire game. All right, so the biggest whiners on the Knicks, in order. Okay, in order. I'd go 1, Karl Anthony Towns. Number 3 would be Brunson.
Yeah, Brunson doesn't whine. Just tries to get foul.
Yes. I think Hart is number 2 on this list.
Yeah.
And I would have to think that as a player, if you're comfortable complaining to the officials after every missed shot and not realize that they don't take you seriously because you do this after every missed shot, Karl Anthony Towns and Josh Hart's default position is palms in the air looking at an official. This is their default position that they go to double digits a game. And I always get to, do you think they're going to take you seriously when you complain after every time you miss a shot?
You know who was an all-time complainer, especially with the hand gestures back? Tayshaun. Tayshaun would like raise his hands as he would walk over. Who do you think the biggest whiners are on the Pistons? I can't really, I'm trying not to be biased. We really don't have wine.
If I had the head coach. So if you're talking about who whines the most,
yeah,
as far as the players, it's probably Cade, who doesn't do it very much.
No.
Gang, am I wrong on this? Is there anybody on the Pistons that whines a lot that we're so blinded that we don't see it?
Shooter? Bias a little bit.
Maybe.
I almost feel like, okay, listen, I'm putting on my fanboy sunglasses here, but I almost feel like they're doing it because the Knicks are doing it so much. They have to react. They have to all right, well, we got to complain a little bit too.
We have to counter their complaints with our own.
Exactly.
Stephen Marine City said, I just tuned in. What happened with Gator? Is it food poisoning from those $2 dogs and too many $2 beers? Gator brought up yesterday that the Grand Rapids Griffins had a deal for last night's game, $2 hot dogs and $2 beers, and asked me if I wanted to go. And I said, not even remotely, because the hot dogs I have no interest in. And if you're going to offer me $2 beers, I'm going to have to stay the night in Grand Rapids. We have a show to do. And Eisman is lucky he hasn't been fired yet. He's Matt Millen. Well, he hasn't put together the worst team in the history of the league. No. In fact, they've gotten better under him. But they're at a point where they have to get off the pocket. Yeah, and I understand frustration with him. It's not like he's not Matt Millen. Gary at Work says trade market for a top defenseman and picks, open checkbook for Marner and Bennett.
No, people would love Bennett here.
And I don't think anything would surprise me anymore with Dylan Larkin. That scolding from a dad that came yesterday, that really felt like a disappointed father scolding his kids. And he took responsibility for it. I mean, it's not like, but that was one of the things I took away. He is not happy with what they got out of this roster, Steve Eisman. And, not to, I don't know if he was doing it to shift blame away from him, but he wasn't happy. He wasn't happy.
I'll give you a name who they should go after.
Why don't you do that coming up at 1:30?
I know.
It's Carson Anderson, Stoney's in for Gator. Tiger Baseball 140. We will send it to Houston. 97.1 the ticket.
Hey, Tigers fans, the Michigan Lottery has something new to sing about. Introducing the Detroit Tigers games. A Tigers instant ticket, pull tab, and 2 online games.
Maybe I'll win $500,000.
Enjoy your favorite pastime and a chance to strike it rich. With 1, 2, 3 new ways to play the new Detroit Tigers games, only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits doubles the best bet. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hi, I'm Nicholas from Stump Demolition and Land Clearing. If you're a homeowner or developer with ugly brush, buckthorn, and bad trees you need cleared, right now we'll clear it for under $5,000 an acre. All ugly brush gone, all buckthorn gone, even every tree under 20 inches in diameter gone, down to mulch for under $5,000 an acre. Have less than an acre? Fine, you'll pay even less. Have more than an acre? I'll clear 50 acres. There's a big difference when you call Stump Demolition and Land Clearing. Yes, my price, but we use the latest environmentally sound equipment, and we work harder and faster than our older competitors. Please call my mobile now. Here's my number, 248-688-8332. We'll clear all that ugly brush, buckthorn, and every tree under 20 inches in diameter for under $5,000 an acre. Have less than an acre? Great. Have more than an acre? Even better. Here's my number, 248-688-8332. That's 688-8332, 688-8332, or go to stumpdemolition.com.
Get your tickets now for Thunderbolts in Laser Ultra and the luxury of VIP seats, exclusively at MTR Theaters. Featuring 4K laser projection on a supersized screen for a superior picture and Dolby Atmos immersive sound that you can feel. Plus, relax and heated reclining VIP seats surrounded by your own privacy enclosure. Get your tickets for Thunderbolts at mgrtheaters.com today.
I came to HFC because I'm a Detroit Promise Scholar, so I know my tuition will be paid for. Me being motivated will lead me to a better future. I know I'm going to be an entrepreneur. Just find your passion and stay on that path to success.
With HFC, I'm setting a goal to better my future for myself, for my business. It's a wonderful thing to come back and really grow.
That guys would need to agree to do. You need to agree to company. Exactly. Yeah. Well, see, other teams can do it just as much as another. And how attractive is it being? It's good, but I think it's worth it. The problem is, Steve said yesterday in his presser that he wouldn't expect it. It's an option, but he doesn't.
Secrets of LCS come a decade of existence and still has an experienced staff and financial team. The Pistons gave the arena its first run 67 MSG. That's sports.
It did. It's messed up my night and my day.
When I say he's been active, I think that he's always moving his feet, which is
What's up, brother Ron? What's going on?
What's up, Ricky?
There sure are some positives.
What's up, brother Rob? What's going on?
Not much.
Man, this thing been going viral with one person versus 100. I mean, one gorilla versus 100 people. Have you seen that around?
Yo, talk about it yesterday.
Oh, y'all saw it yesterday?
Mm.
Yeah. Can't nobody up for Farnsworth though, Ron. They're gonna need 200 gorillas for him. I mean, 200 men for Farnsworth. Yeah, that shit been going viral. I was like, what the hell's going on?
It went viral when they first about 2 days ago.
Oh, 2 days ago. Yeah, I'm just not catching on to it. I just seen it today. My cousin texted me. He was like, who lets Farnsworth out the zoo? I was like, what you talking about? And he was like, man, Farnsworth. Everybody talking about it. I said, silverback? It's like, yeah, silverback gorilla. Damn. So immediately when I hit my Facebook feed, it was, hey, even my guy in the WhatsApp group made something for you, Ron. Check it out. Did you see in the messages?
Oh, I didn't see it. You messaged me?
Yeah. Check it out, man. Check out the picture, bro. You gonna die laughing at it, man. he know how to work that AI, man.
They took that Shannon Sharp and that girl. They made them dancing. They took them figures and they dancing them. I think
Yeah,
I
man.
sent it to you.
No, you didn't send it to me. You didn't send it to me. I watched the videos that you did send me on Facebook and Instagram. I watched both of those too. Yeah, you didn't send it. Yeah, Dallas. My uncle out there in Dallas trying to get some money. He said he damn near at 350 something like that. Ron, it's only 2:00. He said he been out there since 7 this morning. I mean 8 this morning. He damn near at $3 because over there today, Ron, is it's supposed to be a bunch of big storms. So they got all the extra peak pay going on. He just dipping in and out the zones. Yeah. He said he taking shelter right now. Right.
I've been sitting here way too long, man.
How long?
Too long.
Oh, Ron, I got some breaking news about Shannon Sharp. They was telling me last night before I got off the stream in the WhatsApp group he got arrested for assaulting 2 women or something.
When was that?
This was yesterday. Well, about 11 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock p.m., 11 or 11:30 p.m. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So, yeah, he's in custody right now. TMZ is just reporting on it.
He ain't do no dumb shit like that.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, program said it's a ritual, man. It's time for him to go down. So he said that last night.
I've been told you that when they put her up to it.
Mm-hmm.
He when he came on with Club Shay Shay and that Cat Williams, yeah, they was gunning for him.
Damn.
I told you that. That's
I
what that's
thought you
about.
was talking about the white women was gunning for him.
No. The industry, bro.
Industry.
The industry did not like that. He exposed a lot of people.
Oh, with the Cat Williams.
Yes. And Monique.
Damn. So Ron, you saying that they got him when he least expected it, right?
I'm not saying they got him when he least expected it, but they put her up to it. He was getting beside himself, bro. When you up there cooning and up on the TV drinking yak and got the cigarettes and stuff in your mouth, then yeah, that's cool. But when you step outside of that, then no, that ain't cool no more.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of it's a couple of different things. It reminds me of you know, the Devil with the Contract, and also reminds me of the if I still remember I told you about the Crossroads, Ron? Bone Thugs sung about it and stuff like that. But do you know what the real meanings behind the Crossroads is? The Crossroad?
That's the crossroads you get between life and death.
Well, there are certain stretches in the South called the Crossroads. So it's like a dirt road. It's mostly dirt, but it's shaped perfectly like a cross. No, like we didn't make it. You know, something made it. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, certain blues singers talk about the Crossroads because I can't remember the blues singer, but he said that he learned how to play so good because he went to the Crossroads. The Crossroad Demon gave him his ability. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's so you basically, I'm not gonna tell the whole thing how you do it, but you basically put, you know, what, like your picture, it's like a locket. You get a locket, you put your picture, you put a few bones in it, you do a certain few things that you put up in there, and you bury it right at the middle of the crossroads. As you walking away, you will get approached by, whatever your mind tell, you know what I'm saying? The demon ain't gonna come to you like an actual demon and scare the shit out you. It's gonna come at you how your mind is working. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying, Ron?
I hear you.
It can come to you like a beautiful woman. Hey, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? And then it'll negotiate with you. But on the contract, your ass is mine. But so that's what it kind of reminds me of, some of these rituals, because he'll promise you everything or whatever you want, but it's the expiration date of the contract. You know what I'm saying, Ron?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Crossroads are called the Crossroads Demon. Y'all can Google that. Crossroads. There's a blues singer. There's a blues singer, man, that he sung a blues song about it, Ron. He said that's where he got it from. Let me see. But yeah, that kind of reminds me of that. You going down. You're going because it's like everybody's talking about it. You know what I'm saying, Ron?
Talking about what?
The Shannon Sharp.
Yeah, because he, like I said, man, when you messing with them young girls, for one, you gotta understand they ain't nothing but trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, the maturity level ain't on the same level. Number three, she more easily influenced by anybody, especially her family. You need to get them. You need to get them. So now it's more like, okay, now we gonna publicly shame you. You're gonna step away from ESPN. You're losing all your sponsors. She got the lawsuit, and you got other women coming out saying you did this to them too. And now your actions, if you beat up two women, if you really beat them up, then you just proved their case. And that was probably a setup too. If he beat two women up and got arrested, that was a setup for him to beat them women. They set him up, and he just fell for it.
Yeah, and then he said even on the tape, to that girl, man, yeah, I'm gonna choke your ass out with you. I'm gonna choke, baby. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm gonna choke your ass out. You know what I'm saying? When I see you, because what you did to me. Just think about it. A big black man choking a small, frail white woman. He said that I was like, whoa. Now they don't like that, Ron. Hear me?
A little bit about, just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
What's that, Ron?
That warms my heart, particularly as a black man. Would you care to?
Oh, whoa, go back.
That's an abomination, baby. You heard this?
So proud of how being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender. And that warms my heart, particularly as a black man. Would you care to share? I wanted to talk more.
They said Michelle Obama just told the truth.
So proud of how
bro
are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
You know, he said Michelle Obama, man.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a black man.
You heard that
I wanted
too?
to talk, Marlon, a bit about, just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a black man. Would you care to share? I wanted to.
What you think about that, Ricky?
Marlon, a bit about.
Did she say
I can't play that to the elders. They still won't believe it.
No, what you saying? So you saying she asking him particularly as a black man, or she saying she's a black man?
Damn. Oh, you said what, Ron? Hello?
Man.
All right, I'm back, Ron. Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
There's a video of it's in the hood. So these black folks is talking about beat him up, beat him up. He beating the cop up, and and he took off running. And they black folks like, yeah, like they joking like, yeah, they think it's a game. Yeah, run, get it. Was it run? And she jumped in the car. Lock the doors. Like when he jumped in the car and he locked the doors on the police officer so they couldn't get to him. The police officer stood back. I already knew it. The police officer stood back, told him get out the car, hurry up, we're gonna shoot. And they were like, bro, from they view how they quickly turned from, yeah, it's a game to, oh my God, Jesus saved the man. Ron, you should have seen the transition, bro.
Bro, I can already visualize how the transition was. Y'all thought it was a game until he had to do his job.
Yeah.
He had to do his job, even though the cop, that the person probably wasn't a threat anymore. But still, you done fought, then you ran, you jump in the car, and you don't think I'm about to shoot? Man, quit playing with me.
Bro, he freaking bodied like the cops was. So I don't know too many cops here. They'll tussle with you. All I know is they'll probably tase you, or they'll put some hot ones in your butt, man. I don't know if they're gonna tussle with you. I know certain police officers in certain counties, they'll tussle with you. I've seen police officers even, you know what I'm saying, like, oh, you want to kiss the fade? All right, cool. Let's, and they'll get in boxing stands, you know what I'm saying? I've seen videos like that. But this dude, like, it's like they knew him, Ron. Hear me? Like what you said, he been in trouble a lot. So they like, man, such and such ain't gonna do nothing. And so he body slammed one of them, and the other one was trying to catch him, and as he was running, he kicked him in the head, and he took off running, and then they wiping themselves up, and they stood, it's like, get out the car. We don't know what you have. If you don't get out the car in 5-4, they counted. We're going to shoot, and the black folks in the car is like, don't shoot him, Lord Jesus. Can we pray, y'all? Kid and the kids in there too. Kids, y'all bow your heads. Everybody heads. Now let's pray for him. And then pop. Ron, they started letting loose. You hear me?
Did they unalive him?
Hell yeah. Ron, they were shooting the car up, Ron. Hear me? To where, remember Street Fighter? Remember I tell you about the Street Fighter, kicking the car, and all
Uh-huh.
that into the car,
He
bro.
Honda Challenge League. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. The tires was blowing out. That's how much lead they was pumping into that car, Ron. Hear me?
Well, he messed around and he found out.
Well, a lot of black people feel like that was excessive, man.
He messed around and he found out.
Yeah.
They told you to get out the car. You already done tussle with him. All that. You ain't listen, so they did what they had to do.
Yeah, and it just reminded me of people who remember the Amazon thing. Like everybody was oh, fight, and then as the fight went on, they seen how serious it start getting, and they started what I'm saying, like, oh, don't do them like that, don't do it. Well, what they say, security. Let's set me this right here. Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
This guy says in here, there are insane rumors flying around about the Carmelo's case. Here are some facts. Carmelo was on the Centennial track team, but did not qualify for the district meet and skipped school to go to the meet. Carmelo previously got in trouble at school for fighting and having a knife, not a cleat sharpener, on his person. Carmelo brought a knife to the meet, and he was going into other school tents looking for trouble. According to Texas law, a person may act in self-defense to defend themselves or others if they believe that force is immediately necessary to protect themselves against the threat of lethal force. Using force in self-defense is only considered justified when it is proportional to the perceived threat. This means that Carmelo does not have a self-defense case, but he can try and they can try. In Texas, murder is considered premeditated if the defendant formed the intent to unalive after a process of reasoning or deliberation, and the act was committed in cold blood. This will likely be an argument presented in court. Whether the weather was not terrible on that day of the track meet, according to multiple witnesses and that I have spoken with, it was barely misting. But this has anything to do with why a child would murder another. The Anthony family misled their supporters regarding that they were donating to the Give Send Go after the family reached 400,000 in donations. They changed the description of the fundraiser to cover basic expenses, including living costs. My question is, why aren't any of the teachers or coaches speaking out regardless what they knew about the Metcalfs and the Anthony's family? It Memorial High School or Frisco ISD that is silencing them? I think it's a latter. They will eventually start talking. Not everyone will sign a NDA, and up underneath is everybody's arguing right now. Ron, hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Mm-hmm. Somebody put, hopefully that damn boy at 17, he will get tried as an adult. Texas has the effing death penalty. That's what he effing deserves.
That's their opinion.
Yeah, it's right for the justice.
after the second video.
You working, Ricky, or you at home?
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
Bree, my cousin Bree said these ninjas can't even beat up their own baby mama's boyfriend talking about fighting a gorilla. Crazy work, man.
I don't even know who would think to even who started that crap. Why would you even think that you can beat a gorilla?
Man, I don't know who started it. We're spreading like wildfire. People's actually Googling how strong the gorilla is. Like if you type in G, gorilla gonna pop in on the search bar. Ron, hear me? That's the algorithm. You know, the people. Some people typing in gorilla is crazy. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you how strong a gorilla is, Ron. A gorilla can bench press about 4,000 pounds, bro.
A gorilla can press 4 times his weight. Most silverbacks are 500 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
And if he chooses to just, play with you, break a couple limbs, and then beat you with him, or just chew your face off.
But hold on. Bubba said this right here. Bubba said 100 men can't take on the gorillas, but he said it's gonna be 20 or 30, 40 of your hoes that gotta go before you take it down.
Yeah, most definitely. He gonna take out about 90 of them motherfuckers. What's up, Sin?
What's up, brother Sin?
Word.
He said, say Ron, he said half of them hoes gonna run, Ron, hear me?
Man, bro, you not getting 100 people to beat no gorilla. Straight up combat, no weapons, no guns.
Yeah.
You're not getting 100 people to get no gorilla, bro. These people crazy.
Man, and have you seen the teeth on it too?
Well, just put it this way. I won't be in that 100. I'm gonna let y'all and I'm gonna film it and laugh at you, dumbass.
I ain't stepping. I ain't going nowhere. I don't give a damn if it was 1,000 men out there. I ain't going near that damn drink.
Yeah.
I ain't got no sniper rifle. I have to be 100 feet away and do what I got to do.
Yeah.
I ain't going nowhere near that gorilla.
Man, somebody put in the WhatsApp group. Why do they no, it's ready. Somebody put in there talking about why we always talk crap about vegan animals like giraffes and zebras and stuff like that, but we don't never talk crazy about the gorilla. All the gorilla eat is fruits. It won't touch no meat, man.
Fruits and vegetables from trees.
That's all it eats.
He used a twig for his toothpick. What the fuck?
Yeah. No, nobody mess with the gorilla. Don't nobody pick on the old gorilla eating vegan ASS. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody never said nothing like that.
Well, that other lady did the other day. She told me to go eat some meat. I look like I'm a crackhead.
Yeah. Crazy. Because you skinny, you look like a crackhead. That's crazy, man. It's crazy.
And they probably one McDouble for my 600-pound life.
Yeah. Damn near on the Jenny Craig playing special. I don't even know if Jenny Craig still got that stuff around going on. I know the Atkins diet is still around. That's been around since I was a little boy. Like 90s, man. When did that Atkins diet start? I know it started somewhere in the 90s.
I don't know exactly. You know what? I think they made that. They got popular when they went on Oprah.
Okay.
It was first introduced in the '60s, Ricky.
On the 60s, okay.
So we both wrong.
Yeah.
I said I think. I wasn't for sure.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
said allegedly. I said allegedly.
I just started hearing about it in the early 90s. Like, I just, my auntie was like, yeah, I'm trying this Atkins diet stuff. I was like, what is this Atkins stuff?
Introduced in the '60s by Dr. Robert Atkins, a cardiologist. The diet gained widespread popularity in the early 2000s after the publication of Atkins' book, Dr. Atkins' New Diet Revolution. I knew it was because they went on Oprah. Yeah.
So
What
it
is
blew
looking,
up when they got on Oprah. I got you. It took
what is
off.
looking like thin? He might not be in the car.
Yeah, no, he on the phone.
What you do yesterday? $4?
I did 345.
345 all the way live.
345 is live. Almost full. $500 Fridays. You think you can cop $500 on Friday, Sam?
It depends on how.
man, this dude just hopped out this armored truck with a metal face, looking like Pinhead. He got earrings. He got earrings everywhere.
Oh wow. Yeah, them type of people that run, that probably, if you get into a fight with them, they probably can't feel no pain. You know what I'm saying?
Them type of people like this truck sitting right here. He like, man, one day if I could. No, he get out. He like, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm gonna
Yeah,
let
bro.
him. Yeah.
I knew a dude run with a crazy haircut, right? He was bald, right? But he had a patch of hair in the middle top of his head. Hear me wrong?
Mm-hmm.
You know how like a plum look or a pear got that stem on top?
Mm-hmm.
That's how his shit was looking, right? And bro, I was telling the brothers, hey man, don't be messing around with homie, man. Dude with a crazy haircut like that, he probably got some hands for you. Man, they start talking crap about him in the bathroom, bro. Look here. He manhandled 3 or 4 of them, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Ron, he hit one person. Have you ever seen somebody get hit so hard where you just turn around? Like, oh, I ain't seeing that. You know what I'm saying?
Like you felt
Yeah.
it. If that's what's gonna happen, they run up on that gorilla.
Yeah.
Second baseman Rogers, he flips it over to first, so the put goes one.
Ron, there's a video. If I can ever find it, man. If I can ever find it.
You think right there, especially with the score in your favor, 7-4, you going on contact.
I tell you about that story with the cheetahs, Ron, trying to steal the baby gorilla. Remember I told you that? I seen that on the Discovery Channel.
That's interesting.
Oh
I
yeah,
was young.
when he tried to steal that gorilla tore him apart.
Yeah.
To the point
And
where
all the other cheetahs took off running, bro.
Line drive, you're probably going to be out. That's the risk you're taking in that situation. Because you want to force these guys on
just the power, Ron. It looked like they weren't really hitting it, but when you really look at the, when I was looking at the video, I'm like, I thought they was playing with it, like playing hitting it, because they didn't look real how they was hitting it. Ron, every hit how you put a dent inside your pillow when you get up, Ron.
Yeah,
that's how they was hitting that hole, bro.
Start today. You're
it was leaving indents.
You're not a starter. You know you're probably going to get an at-bat sweeper away.
And then, Ron, I started seeing the bones cutting through the skin, right? I was like,
upside edge, quickly 0-2.
Oh, this is bad right here. Yeah. They are not playing. Ron, right after when I seen that, I started feeling bad for the Tigers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was way out there.
Oh, man.
Damn, he right there. Man, all that damn money in that truck, bro.
Oh, that's the Looms truck.
Yeah.
Looms. Yeah, them boys stay armed up.
Spencer hit it right into the netting, but he dug out third base side.
Okay.
He was tough on.
Yeah, Ron, them boys in that truck stay armed up, man. Strapped like car seat, Eddie Bauer.
I give the batter 5 for 39 coming into play today. Torch going to see at least 5 pitches in this trip to the plate. The 0-2 again, bringing a high top up. On third base, Pena will cut behind Paredes and make the catch. Fulkerson pops out. Second and third, nobody out. Now second and third, 2 outs. And that will leave it up to Trey Sweeney. Yeah, tough pitch right there for Clark to do anything with. That sweeper that was down, kept digging. And he had committed to the play. Manages to elevate it, but it was just a pop-up. And you're right, a little bit of a missed opportunity to this point. So he can pick up his teammates. Left-handed batter's box off the plate, swings and drives on deep to center field, but playable. Myers going back. Straightaway center makes the catch about 10 feet in front of the warning track. Healy flies out. Tigers threaten, do not score. Strange 2 in scoring position. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning in Houston. 7-4 Tigers. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball, presented by Myers.
Who winning today, Sin? DoorDash or Uber?
That's DoorDash all the way.
They winning the supplemental race?
Yeah, man, they running the supplemental part-time race, man.
Did y'all see what I added to the ticker text?
To the what?
The thing going across the bottom of the screen. Did y'all see it? What I added?
See it. Brought to you by supplemental work at GMN.
I had to add the supplemental in there. They said the Giannis about to go to Lakers.
That's it. But we'll see this offseason to go down. This offseason might be crazy.
You think he gonna leave Milwaukee?
Well, it's probably over with for him right now because they don't have no pick. They don't have no draft picks for like the next 6 years. And then Bank, he gonna be out for at least a year. He tore his Achilles. I don't know if they got cap space to sign other. It ain't. I don't know what they gonna do.
It was crazy how dude dad walked on the court, walked up on Giannis like that.
Yep, walk right on up on him. Crazy.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
So remember I told you about that job, that guy, travel JB. He got 29K subscribers.
Okay.
Remember how I told you he was doing the 24-hour pushes and stuff? Like he kind of took a little bit of what you were doing, right? And he got people over there. He got 72 people watching him, and everybody over there giving him high praise. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Somebody posted this in the WhatsApp group for you, and he mentioned you, Ron. Hear me?
What did he say?
Look.
Yeah, I mean, you can make $2,700, but 100 hours is a lot. You know, that's like 14 hours a day. Yeah, 14 hours a day for seven days straight. That's tough. That's tough to maintain there. Tough to be sustainable. Yeah, 100's a lot. 100 hours. 100 hours is a lot. 2,700, great. I mean, you average $27 an hour over 100 hours. Pretty sweet, but yeah. I mean, if you got nothing going on that week, great, but it's not something you could do every single week and not burn out quickly. There's a dude that lives in Hawaii that makes $100K a year, but he does, 100 hours a week. It's like, I don't really enjoy it.
You heard he said, Ron? He says he probably really doesn't enjoy it. Hello?
I hear you.
Okay.
So
that's the guy I was telling you about a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of months ago.
People always want to say what's not sustainable. How long have I been sustaining it though? That's the question, right? I've been sustaining it for a very long time, right? And then you're gonna say I don't enjoy it because it's your opinion. You're entitled to it, but how you figure I don't enjoy it?
Yeah.
So I don't, like I say, he got an opinion. I don't even know the guy. I never had a conversation with him.
So no, he was I was telling. So remember when I was telling you about how the other people was like, Ron works all these hours, he works this and that, 24-hour pushes, and he's this unhealthy for the community. And then I brought up, well, what about the guy travel with right as soon as you started doing it, he started doing it, Ron. Hear me?
Because people want to take what I do and then try to make it as their own, or they want to try to make it seem like they doing something great, right? And
but there ain't no ill. I'm looking at his comments, right? I mean, his live chat. There ain't no ill will.
Let me guess, he a Caucasian male, right?
Yeah, he's a white guy.
Yeah. Exactly.
Why does they come?
Exactly. My point exactly, bro.
Well, somebody put that. That's what the supplemental guy, the black dude, tagged him in that video I just played and said, "Look at the double standards here. This guy, look at his chat group. This guy works 24-hour pushes on his live stream. He gets praises for it. But if Ron does it, he's a threat to the community. It's unsafe and stuff. So I'm waiting for his response. But yeah, go ahead.
I don't worry about none of that stuff, bro. Like I said, when you're doing something right, matter of fact, when you're doing something right, people gonna want to do it. Then, not that they want to do it, they talk about you in rooms you ain't even in. So I'm living rent free in somebody's head.
I think he'd be watching the channel.
I mean, he might not watch the channel. People might have mentioned it. People might have told him, yeah, I did it. And then, that's not sustainable. And you're going to burn out and you don't enjoy it. Come on, bro.
They got 3 buns.
Okay,
that's your opinion. So there's no point for me to go. And if it's not sustainable, why you doing 24 hours? Because you wasn't doing it before I did it. Now, one time had you probably did it before me.
I don't understand why people say it's not. I don't. Here, you forgot your phone. Here, get your phone. I don't understand why people say it's unsustainable, Ron. I
It's
really don't.
because it's unsustainable for certain people. You seen Tom burnt out, right? You see how Tom burnt out. You see how
Yeah.
at one point in time Hector burnt out. Brett burnt out. It's not sustainable for certain people. I'm not saying people can't do it, but it's not sustainable. You know why it's not sustainable for them people? Because they live off societal measures and they worry about what other people gonna think about them. They worry about the outside distractions of this world. Do I have a relationship and care about it? Yeah, I do. Do I maintain it properly? Probably not. But the fact of the matter is, I've been sustaining for a very long time. And that's a problem and issue with people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, they talk about you in rooms you ain't in, bro. You doing something right. You know, like you heard it. You heard it. Matter of fact, let me give you a gist on what he say.
Let them laugh, bro. Let them make fun. Let them talk about you. Let them hate on. Let them do all that, bro. Because all you gonna do is turn it around and turn it into fuel and become the best. Every day you gotta pick your head up and show the world what you're working with. Show the world how you coming, bro. It's not the end for you. See, you might be in the bad season right now, but it doesn't last forever. They may be laughing now, but they'll be asking how later. Don't give up. I just love when they hate, man. Every day I love it because I get to wake up and show them I'm that motherfucker. I'm the one that won't break. So keep giving me the energy. Keep giving me the hate because it's really love at the end of the day. Keep fueling my tank because I will make it and you won't break me. For all my people out there that's just getting hated on, you're getting kicked down, just know you have a massive opportunity. Sometimes you gotta hit the bottom just so you can bounce back, and it's okay. Keep digging, keep sticking, keep showing them that you're the one, bro. You know it's love. You know we never miss, bro. Look at what God gave us.
We threw a rock in the crowd and hit the other guy. Ian's trying to vehemently decide that he wants to be quiet.
I,
What you
huh?
say, Richard?
No, I was listening to what the.
And just
I heard.
like
I
he
heard that
doing,
somebody talking, Ron. I can't hear you.
huh?
Is that you talking? Is that a radio or something?
That ain't me talking, no.
You want to get married soon?
I can hear you now.
No,
What
but
you say, Ron?
he got like he said, he
They say I'll go to the track too.
he doing what I doing and he acting, he doing the 24 hours just like me.
Yeah, and he's doing it, and he took a little page out of Sin's book because he was just doing DoorDash with the
You know
platinum
what?
stuff. Now he's doing it with Uber and DoorDash. So, I mean, it's standing on the shoulder of giants. You know what I'm saying? 48 laws of power. Yeah, he got a lot of people watching him on that stuff too, Ron. But do you think he said that so he wouldn't get the stigma of the guy that works 100 hours a week? I mean, you heard what he said. He said similar to what the guy was saying yesterday. If you ain't got nothing going on, that's cool. You can do that. You can manage it. You know what I'm saying? He basically saying you ain't got nothing going on.
I mean, people say a lot of stuff, bro. But like I said, that's their opinion. They're entitled to it. They're entitled to it. But my life is my life. They don't know what I got going on. I don't care about life. Of course, like I said, can you totally forgot.
Can you hear me now, Ricky?
Yeah, brother. You crystal clear now.
Yeah, I had to connect my headphones. I said I don't care what these people say about me. You know what I'm saying? It don't bother me what they say about me because they don't know my life. So what it is he probably heard somebody, say I work the hours, but he don't know the vacations I take, the time off I take, And then he
Yeah.
gonna say I really don't enjoy it. That's all it is. They
I
don't
mean,
they don't they don't
you know,
they don't know.
I don't. It's weird how the guy in the WhatsApp group was pressing you about the hours. Now this guy on his live stream, which he's currently live on, he's talking about you working long hours and how it's not sustainable. I don't know. It's something. It's some spiritual shit going on
It's not
here.
spiritual. It's a double standard in today's world. When people first day they say, "Oh, you want to make it about black and white?" No, but look at the double standard. He doing it as a Caucasian male, getting praised. I do it. I'm a scum of the earth.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
bad.
scumbag.
I'm
Yeah.
bad. I'm bad. I'm bad for the community. All this and all that. You know what I'm saying? So, like I say, I don't care about what these people say about me. I truly don't. I truly don't, because they don't know my life. They don't know. Can I get some of those? Can I get some of those? The boxes. These ones right here. I was gonna take it down for you. Thank you. My pleasure. Um, I don't care about it. It's a double standard. It goes to show the double standards in this world, bro. It goes to show it's always going to be, and it's always going to be majority about a race issue. They praising him over there, right? I do it, it's a problem. They do it, it's cool. 18, 10, 15, 12. We can go in order. You still there, Ricky?
Yeah, I'm here, brother Ron. Can you hear me?
Yeah. It's a double it's a double standard no matter what we do in life. You know what I mean?
This guy, he responded, but he's not responding to you. He's responding to the guy who posted that link that said that about you. He says, dude, it's not a double standard. I went back to listen to what he said. He says he doesn't work 100 hours, and he says it's not
Who said they don't work 100 hours?
the JB guy.
Okay, he don't work 100 hours, but he still it's a double standard in this world. He's working a 24-hour day, and they're praising him on it. When I work a 24-hour day, I'm a scumbag. So it is a double standard. So what is he talking about?
Oh. He says I never watched his all the way through, but he says the JB guy, he's not as reckless with a 24-hour fast as you, Ron. He said
Man,
he
wow. Okay. I'm reckless. I'm
I don't even
reckless.
remember this. Hold on. He said that you slept. Hold on. He says, I remember when they did their second or the first push. I watched it, and y'all were trying to get Ron to go to sleep, and he was so excited he only slept for 1 hour and went back to do the 24-hour push. That's
That's
dangerous
bullshit.
and
That's
that's
bullshit.
reckless.
That's bullshit. That is bullshit. I slept for more than 1 hour. And so what? It's my life. If it is dangerous and reckless, it's my life. I'm not affecting nobody else. So shut the fuck up, bro. And it was. I slept for more than 1 hour. So be quiet. You just trying to prove a point, bro. I slept for more than 1 hour. I know how many hours I slept. And you talking about one day. You ain't talking about the 4-5 pushes we did. You talking about one push. And I'm dangerous and reckless. But this man running 24 hours and he ain't dangerous and reckless. Oh, okay. How many hours did he sleep before he did it? Okay. How many hours did he sleep during the push? How many naps did he take? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's a double standard, bro. But I'm dangerous and reckless, but he not. Even though he doing the same stuff I do. Crazy word. Crazy word.
Bro, I don't even remember that.
Remember what? No, it was a push. It was the push where I made I had that $1,000
He said, Ricky, he effing did it, bro. He effing did it.
I had that $1,000 I had that $1,000 what the fuck is that? Itinerary, right? So I had been up 32 hours. I went and took a 2.5 hour nap. He said I took an hour nap, but it is what it is. I ain't gonna debate him. I know how long I slept. I went and took a 2.5 hour nap and got right back up and finished it. But that's a problem. Nobody was hurt. Nobody died. Nobody was harmed. But I'm reckless.
He says add another 3 or 4 hours on there and you'll be okay, buddy. Wow.
I
2
don't
hours.
need to. I don't need to add another 3 or 4 hours. You need that kind
He
of
said
sleep.
this is what I'm talking about, guys.
You need that kind of sleep. I don't. Everybody's not the same. I don't need that kind of sleep, homie. So you still ain't got you still ain't saying nothing. And did I tell anybody else to work the same hours I work? No, I did not. I did not. I'm not being. Being reckless is. Oh, y'all need to get out here. Don't take no naps. Don't go to sleep. Work 24 straight. I've always said if you can't do it, don't do it. So don't say I'm being reckless to try to fit your narrative.
You said, Ricky, you fell asleep with an effing sandwich in your hand, bro.
Okay,
Y'all are going
and
down the
what?
wrong path.
Man, you know what? Get your come to Jesus. Get your come to Jesus ass somewhere,
Yeah,
because
go.
you ain't gonna change. You ain't gonna change nothing, bro. We gonna do what we do. Well, oh, I'm not gonna speak for Ricky. I'm gonna do what I do. So go on and
Yeah,
get your come to Jesus ass on somewhere. I've been doing
yeah.
this for a very long time, bro. A very
You,
long time. And ain't
yeah, you,
nobody got hurt or injured and nothing I do. So go on ahead and get your come to Jesus ass on somewhere, bro. You're not gonna change nothing. You're not gonna stop it.
yeah. He says Ricky is not a saint either. When he leaves Amazon, he hops right on the live stream and goes to work. When normal people, hold on. He says I know people that work 12 and do 200 stop routes, and then they're tired at the end of the day. Ricky, he'll push past his limits and continue doing DoorDash when he doesn't really need to. Why?
What is his? What is it? What is Ricky limits? Though? What is? Are you his doctor?
I mean, we
Are
we
you his
we
doctor?
argue. He brought that up in the chat a while back ago. Is with that with
But
me.
is he your doctor? As a matter of fact, do he have a doctorate degree in anything? Are you any kind of medical physician? Have you examined him? How do you know what his limits are? Because your limits are what your limits are. Everybody not built like you, homie. Everybody not built like you. People do have different makes and models of their body, bro. People do condition themselves to do things different. We don't have to live by your societal measures. That's the whole issue. We don't have to live by your societal measures. And because we not living by your societal measures and fit your criteria, we savages, bro. Listen, take your come to Jesus ass on somewhere. That's all I'm gonna say.
He says, like Pedro said, when you're on your hospital
Oh
bed,
my.
looking up at the ceiling and the doctors, you're gonna think about what I said.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna think about nothing you said because anything in my life I don't regret. I don't. I ain't gonna think about nothing you said. You here today, gone tomorrow. It's just the way it is. I don't know why you think I'm gonna think about that. If I'm on my doctor, if I'm on my hospital bed, I'm making peace with my maker. Hey, get me here, you take me home, you take me home. I ain't thinking about none of what y'all saying. That ain't me.
Somebody said, in your
And,
words,
and,
Ron,
and
help them at feeding fish on Friday and Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
exactly. Hey, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Whoever said that, because I was about to ask him the same question I asked everybody. If I'm such a menace, if I'm such this, that, and the third, why the hell you watching? Because I ain't wasting my time on nobody that I don't like. I ain't wasting my time on nobody that's reckless. Are you watching for the
He
downfall?
posted a screenshot. Yeah, I just said it, bro. He has 28K. So Ron, he says this guy got 28K. He got 77 people watching his live stream, agreeing with what I said yesterday. Why did y'all send me this?
Why does they send him what?
The video with the one I just played you, what JP said about you. He said, that's
Bro,
unsustainable.
a lot of people say a lot of people say a lot of stuff, bro, but it don't matter how. And like I said, once again, if it's so unsustainable, why I've been doing it for damn near 4.5 years, bro? I mean, unsustainable is what 6 months, a year, maybe. I've been doing it 4.5 years, bro. No, I mean, just in the gig economy. I've been doing it in the gig economy just for 4.5 years, but I've been doing it longer than that. If people really want to know. This ain't no in and out work. I've been doing this for a very long time. Why? In my body's
Wow.
condition.
Wow. He said he just told me I need to. So it's so the flames of this unhealthy work will stop. Don't tell nobody, Ricky, that when you get off Amazon, you just do you're about to do DoorDash. Just say you're just doing DoorDash. Because we don't want to cause anyone to have any accidents. listening to you two guys.
Oh my God.
It's all good. We always go back and forth. It's all
But
good.
and the fact of the matter, it ain't gonna change. More people have been motivated to work. More people have been motivated to do 24 hours. Pushes, challenges, whatever you want to call it.
Hey
More
Ron,
people are,
Hey
huh?
Ron, the brother said, "With you saying all of this, bro, all this makes us want to do is to get in the car and smash the gas and run your whole ass over."
Well, come try and do it then. You see,
No.
that's
That's what the brother. So the brother said he's responded to him by saying all this. You're talking all this, trying to get us to stop working. He said all that does is
oh
put fuel in our body to where we're gonna get in this car and smash the gas and run your bitch ass over. Run him over.
because you know they already said they gonna try to stop me by any means necessary.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, shit, I'm ready for the smoke. Come run me over then. 'Cause that's the only way. That's the only way they gonna stop me. If they sneak and run me over.
Yeah.
That's the whole problem, bro. They get mad because they ain't stopping shit, bro. They get mad because they ain't stopping it. That's what it is. We gotta stop him by any means necessary. Crazy work, bro. It's crazy on how people just want to mind your business instead of minding their own. Then he gonna tell you
I'm back,
what you
Ron.
he gonna tell you what you should be telling people, bro. He gonna speak for you. He your representative.
Yeah.
Don't tell him you worked it out. Just tell him you doing that. Like, man, get the that ain't keeping it 100.
Yeah.
Get your come to Jesus ass on somewhere, bro.
No. We had one day I was telling you on the screen. Auntie was talking shit about me. I was like, oh God. Oh man, let me go ahead and holler at him real quick.
But like you said, if y'all always going back and forth, right? And he trying to get his point across, right?
Yeah.
Have you stopped doing it? Have you stopped doing it because he talking?
Mm-hmm. Nope, I
I
ain't stopped.
mean, you ain't stopped doing it, right? So why is he steady talking about it? Like he gonna change your mind? That's all I'm saying.
Put something else in there. He said if I keep repeating it to save people's lives, and that's what I'm going to do. That's what he said, Ron.
Okay, keep repeating what? Who life are you trying to save? Has anybody came on and said they had an accident?